time is ripe. The world is ready. You are going to experience literally Paramashiva. Most powerful, intangible but definitive, intense processes. This is the most powerful spiritual nuclear explosion, that strong force of Kailasa landing on planet Earth directly. One thing I can be sure, you will not exist end of the program. I can guarantee that. Only Paramashiva will be there. I welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider when it was happening is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of Kailasa, the enlightenment ecosystem, sovereign order of Kailasa, Kailasa nation itself. I request and welcome, invite all of you to become e-Kailasian. Get your free e-passport and make billions receive this free e-passport. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Modern science says that all that exists, whether manifest or unmanifest, is a probability. Infinite probabilities create a quantum field of infinite potential. An observer collapses the probability wave into a particle. Your intention thus creates the reality. Called the observer effect, it is the very act of observation that precipitates any reality into existence. Hinduism is far advanced than this primitive understanding in the modern day. Hindus know this field of infinite potential as Paramashiva. Paramashiva permeates everything, manifest and unmanifest. He is intelligent, compassionate, and a myriad other auspicious qualities. Our scriptures provide detailed descriptions of how to invoke His presence on the earthly plane, the visualizations that manifest Him, the mantras, sounds that invoke Him, how He looks, His various dimensions, the actions that please Him and have His blessings rain on you, the times in the past when He has manifested for us and led us through a breakthrough. Hinduism knows the art of communing with Paramashiva to manifest any reality we want. And when our effort and all the knowledge isn't enough, He Himself incarnates in human body to show us how, to liberate us, to show us where we are stuck, to take us to oneness. Pratyaksha Pada Puja to His Divine Holiness Paramahamsa Nithyananda, Paramashiva incarnate. Sit at His sacred feet. Let Him awaken you to your field of infinite possibilities, to your oneness with Him. Register now. Pratyaksha Pada Puja.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. I'll start from the basics and give you the best of the best of Vedas and Agamas. Listen. Purpose of life is enlightenment. Enlightenment means having the ultimate truth, the most powerful, ultimate truths as your operating inner software.
Nithyananda, Satya Nithyarupa, Nithyananda, Satya Nithyarupa, Brahma Nithyananda, Vishnu Shivarupa.
bath really wakes you up, not only your mentally, but it feels like every pore of your body gets well woken up, because when you apply the Aushadha, it gets into your skin, it activates every little cell under the skin, and it just really gets you wide awake. Because with so little sleep, we're able to function and stay all day, do yoga, do power manifestation. I think the Aushadha bath is a huge component of that. Thank you, Swamiji.
When the universal truths become the source cognitions for you, when you start reverberating with the universal truths, cosmic constitution, the ultimate cognitions, Paramasatyas, it is literally like an elephant entering into a hut, vibrating in the frequency of the cosmic constitution, cosmic truths, universal truths.
Extraordinary experience here. It's just the amazing temple, everything, and the Gurukul kids. Every kid is just like a mini god. Oh my God, so amazing. Also, I had a lot of breakthrough with my power manifesting. So I highly recommend everybody just come, whatever difficulty you face. Just come, because you will never experience this kind of experience at anywhere in the world.
राजाधिराजाय प्रशक्यशालिने नमः।
Even a malignous man, by beginning in the company of Satsanga, makes even the impossible as possible in this world. Kailasa is the message from Paramashiva to have superconscious breakthrough. Enlightenment, power manifestation, Paramashiva, everything serve to you without you even moving out of your couch. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. We can multiply the quality and quantity of your life. The most ancient, best way of life and best kept
sacred secrets all these years, handed over only from guru to disciple, guru to disciple, guru to disciple.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Check. Enough.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Check.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadguruntam Namami. Nithyanam, everybody. I welcome every one of you for this beautiful morning where we experience yet another powerful Nithyananda Satsang from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyanandam, sorry for the technical glitch. So I welcome every one of you once again for this beautiful morning where we are going to experience the powerfulness in each and every day from the Nithyananda Satsang. Today, we are going to be understanding from this segment about a very important topic about education. Let us look at it. The topic for today is School does not educate you for life, Kailasa does.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda.
Sorry for the technical. Whereas Kailasa does. So we're going to be understanding a very few major points that actually cover the flaws with our education system and how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving it. Before that, let us understand about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Sri Kailasa, which is the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is an avatar as per the Hinduism and is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the science of power manifestation, yoga, and created the temple-based universities for the humanity. The sovereign order of Kailasa, that is led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the Nithyananda order of monks, nuns, and the Hindu diaspora, are working for global peace and to give a superconscious breakthrough to the humanity. The Nithyananda Hindu University, which is the world's largest Hindu university with extended campuses in over 150 countries, is collecting, organizing, preserving, and capsuling, decoding, spreading, and reviving 20 million source books of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Shamala Pita Saravajna Pitam, which is the ancient apex body of Hinduism, and he is the present emperor of the Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has survived the worst persecution of multiple assassination attempts on person and character by the anti-Hindu elements. Some important news and updates from across the globe. There was one very beautiful event that happened yesterday, the Maguda Abhishekam, the history of which goes as King Vallala Maharaja of the Hosala dynasty. So this dynasty was the last of the Hindu kings that ruled the kingdom of Tiruvannamalai in the southern state of South India in Tamil Nadu, which is the native and the birth town of our beloved Swamiji. So King Vallala Maharaja was an ardent devotee of Lord Arunachaleshwara, the manifestation of Paramashiva as he is known in Tiruvannamalai. He built a huge eastern side temple tower in the Arunachaleshwara temple in Tiruvannamalai between the 1318 AD and the 1343 AD. And the tower was named after him as the Vallala Maharaja Gopuram. If you know that these ancient and these humongous temples are built over hundreds of years, generations after generations, and the last phase of this particular Gopuram was completed by the King Vallala Maharaja. The king prayed to Lord Arunachaleshwara for an hire and was blessed in return that the Lord himself would be his son. Keeping up his word, till date, the Lord himself performs the final rites for the king as his own son, as per the Hindu tradition, where the son performs the rites for the father. And this happens every year on the Masi Maga, which is the Tamil month of Masi, when the star Magha ascends in the stellar constellation. The day following the final rites to the King Vallala Maharaja, which happened on the 26th of February this year, Lord Arunachaleshwara himself is crowned as the king of the Tiruvannamalai kingdom through a historic and a grand ceremony at the Arunachaleshwara temple, the Periyanayakar shrine. Therefore, Lord Arunachaleshwara is not only the religious and the spiritual head of Tiruvannamalai, but also the political head, the king also. The ritualistic ceremony comprises of the sacred bath, which is the Abhishekam, to Lord Arunachaleshwara, and a grand flower and jewel decoration adorning him with the king's crown and the royal turban. This ceremony is called as the Magudabhishekam, meaning coronation. And the decoration is called as the Rajalankaram, which means the decoration of the king. And this ceremony commenced at 5 p.m., witnessed by thronging devotees. So this was one of the very important celebrations that happened yesterday. And as Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, time and again shares that in our tradition, God, Paramashiva himself came down and ruled as kings in the physical plane, giving us the guidelines and showing us how to rule and live. All the Kailasas temples worldwide will be performing the coronation to the main Shivalinga and to the deity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, who is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, Lord Arunachaleshwara himself. Thus, celebrating this historic event worldwide, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has participated in this event every single year as a child in Tiruvannamalai till he was 17 years old, when he left the mission in Tiruvannamalai for the international expansion of the mission of Kailasa. Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship conducts the Maheshwara Puja till he was 17 years by the Vedas and the Agamas. He left the mission and revived by the Supreme Pontiff of the International Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. The Maheshwara Puja is the 1008th living incarnation of Paramashiva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism personally received the Bhiksha, the alms, and liberated the departed souls along with the Nithyananda Sannyas order for over 700 lives across various countries all across the globe. Some of them included Swamiji's maternal grandmother, Maya Lammal, Swami Chidananda, who's head of the Chicago Ramakrishna Mission, the founder and the father and the 4 times Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, Mr. Michael Sommer, and the 400 lives that have been lost in the bushfire in Australia, including the animals, 60 lives lost in the boat sinking in Congo, 58 lives lost due to the snowstorm in the United States, 19 lives lost in the firecracker factory explosion in India, 6 lives lost in the plane crash in Mexico, 6 lives lost in the car crash in USA, 3 lives lost due to the snowstorm in Greece, 3 lives lost due in the Ebola outbreak in New Guinea. And Sri Rinku Sharma, who is a Hindu activist, Ma Andrea Barrett from Trinidad and Tobago. As we all know, Sri Kailasa is the representation and is constantly working for the global peace of humanity, solving the crisis through the most powerful spiritual solutions as described and as ordained by Paramashiva in our Vedas and the Agamas. The Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship continues to hosting the Rajarajeshwari Brahmotsavam festivities with the direct blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Devi Rajarajeshwari and the Utsava Vigraha of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism graced all of us on the Kamakoti Vimanam. The Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University enters into the day 16 of the Paramashivoham Level 2 Season 22, crossing over 330 days of unbroken online services to people from over 100 countries. It also enters into the Paramashivoham Level 2 Season 3, Day 1 of this continuation that has been running over 330 days. Some of the upcoming events: 7th of March 2021, we have the most awaited Pache Patni Vradam that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself is going to be guiding each and every one of us to cleanse our system, to cleanse our body, and to purify our body out of the microbes and parasites that are sitting in us, such that we can reflect the pure superconsciousness. On 11th of March, we'll be experiencing the Paramashivoham. You can log in and you can get more details. Go over to events.kailasa.org, and you can also go over to gov.srikailasa.org for further details. So what are those that we'll be learning today? The flaws with the current education system, the Gurukul system of education from Hinduism, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. What are the different attacks and how this education, the Gurukulam system of education, was destroyed, and the steps that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa have taken towards reviving the Gurukul education system. Let us understand about the world today. The faulty generalization. I understand that this is one of the most commonly seen pictorial representation of the current education system, where Albert Einstein once said that everybody is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing it's so stupid. Our education system is flawed because of the lack of reaching out to the individual's needs on testing and learning. So I'm very sure that every one of us understand this, as this is one of the most basic and fundamental flaw in our system. Irrespective of which country you are in, whether you're in an underdeveloped country or you are in a highly developed society, this is the status of that particular country. And the entire education system itself is based on the pressure of perfection. Some of the statistics show that one student commits suicide every 55 minutes in India. Please understand, every 55 minutes, there is one student that commits suicide because of the pressure of studies. In the academic year 2017 and 2018, over 150 students across Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, which is just one state in India, committed suicide. In Hyderabad, more than 30 students committed suicide in the academic year 2017 and 18. 20% of the city students in a single class are suffering from anxiety and depression. The suicide incidence rate per 100,000 population for those below the age of 14 is 0.5, whereas the suicide incidence rate per 100,000 population for those from 14 to 17 age bracket is 9.52 percentage. So you can see that the curve at which, the rate at which the suicide is increasing, whereas the education system, which is supposed to be a way or a tool or something that is supposed to facilitate the learning and the growth of the child, rather becomes an institution that puts guilt, creates anxiety and depression, ultimately leading to suicide and death. Some of the warning signs that the education system currently you are in is taking you away is isolation from family and friends, doing self-harm to yourself, drug abuse, drastic changes in mood and behavior, sudden fear, extreme irritability, sadness, changes in sleeping and eating habits, drug and alcohol use, engaging in risky behaviors, showing less interest in activities that they previously enjoyed. If these are some of the common symptoms that we can see in those who are completely getting out of their way of life and being destroyed by the current education system. And according to the statistics over the past 3 years, more than 26,000 students have committed suicide across India. A majority of student suicides are caused by the underlying psychiatric factors such as stress, depression, and anxiety. It could result from difficulty in coping with studies, with academics, unrealistic expectation and pressure from parents, and lack of support from peers. It's very important to identify the illness at an early stage and consult with a mental health professional. And being an Indian and from a Hindu family myself, I can understand this very well. Especially the Indian society is so much brainwashed that just the marks and score is all that matters and is all that life is. The true purpose of learning is completely destroyed, and the kids are just forced to enter into this habit where those who are not able to cope up with it end up losing their life. Student suicide rates are rising. 28 lives lost every single day. Here is the chart which shows that India's suicide rates exceed the global average. That is because of this forced education system that was put into us. This was not how we were, but this is how we are right now. You can see 1990 versus 2016, the global rates of suicide, whereas the India's suicide rate exchange. Let's understand some of the basic and some of the key factors that actually show the flaw in our education system. First and foremost is that the education systems have become money-making machines, which means the education systems that we are right now in can be equalized or supposed to be as temples. In olden times, they were, but now they are just profit-making institutions. So when we look at a profit-making institution, we can never expect a profit-making institution to do some good for the education system of any country. And the majority of all the education systems are only this way. So naturally, the entire or the larger narrative of the education system, rather than being the teacher centric and rather than being the education centric, has just become another profit making industry. Ignorance to skill and aptitude. This is something that we all know. A kid who scores good marks is given the status of being intelligent. That's it. But importance should be given to the children. Importance should be given to the potential, the creativity that they have, the interest that each and every kid develops. But cutting off all of that, marks are given only intelligence. So instead of growing a plant, the teacher and the education system currently we are in crushes that plant and destroys it to the core, such that it is never able to grow again. Education system is also so expensive that many students from the economically weaker sections of the society are not able to afford the expense and thus are not able to attain education, though they are intelligent and they are deserving ones. And as we already discussed, there is no importance that is given to creativity. There is very, very less emphasis that is done on the research activities and the knowledge orientations. There are very, very few beings who really are interested in the growth and development. As we saw, there are multiple reasons why the creativity is cut down. It could be because the industry has become a teacher based industry, it has become a money making industry. Well, these factors come in, the system does not inspire the children to go beyond their limits. What students learn is just regular and routine. Students are forced to do lots of routine work just to get marks. They are not encouraged to take part in activities of their interest. Literally, right from the young age till the age of about 20, 21, the kids know nothing else other than the standard things that are given in the schools, and majority of them get stuck their entire life living it. And by the time they become 20 or 21, that is when they realize they have no purpose, they just lost the precious time of their life. How does the Hindu education differ from this? The Gurukulam system of education, where the Gurukul means the Guru's home, the Guru's family, where you become part of the Guru's family. Even if you want to become a sannyasi, you have to become part of a Guru's family who may be a grihastha. But the Gurukul system was a system where you lived with the Guru. The Gurukul was mandatory for any Hindus, whether it was for the great incarnations like Rama or Bhagavan Sri Krishna, all of them had to go to the Gurukul in the Vedic tradition. Even if you are consciously born, even if you're born with all the experiences and the spiritual powers, you need to study in the Nithyananda Gurukul to validate your experiences with the Shastras, which are the source scriptures of Hinduism. So the Gurukul is an important factor that makes the incarnations complete. Otherwise, you'll never know the authenticity of your experiences. You'll never be able to reproduce that same experience in others as a science. So the Gurukul system was compulsory for anybody that happened in our Vedic tradition. And our education system were not teacher centrics. Our Gurukuls are education centrics. As we all know in our Vedagamic tradition, knowledge is free. So there is never a monetary value attached to any education system. Going much more in depth just than the monetary value, it is not even teacher centric, rather, it is education centric, which means the students can develop and invent something which his guru does not know. He has the freedom. Just the basic tools to awaken the knowledge is taught. Then the student is left free to explore on his own. So the creativity of the kids is not destroyed. At the same time, a beautiful ambience is provided so that the kids can experience their highest possibility. In the current day education system, a child might have an interest in learning into maybe architecture, but when he is there in the school, all of them would be working on putting him down or feeling, you are going to become a carpenter, I'm going to become an engineer. So even among the various different fields of learning, there is discrimination that is put into the kids. That is completely unheard of in our Vedagamic tradition because the lifestyle was always specialization based on the individual's needs and individual kids. The Shanti mantra, the basis of the education system. Beautifully, the verse goes as Om Sahana Vavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu. That is completely Sahaviryam Karavavahaye Tejasvinavadi Tamastuma Vidvishavahaye Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om, may we all be protected, may we all be nourished, may we work together with a great energy. May our intellect be sharpened. Let there be no animosity among us. This forms the fundamental understanding of our education system in the Vedagamic tradition. The whole verse is just education centric, it is not the teacher centric, where the Guru encourages the disciple to travel, to discover, to reinvent, to invent his own path, their own methodologies. He continues to encourage the disciple to explore on their own, just being available as a good support and guide, not being heavy on them. So, understanding till now, we saw about the current education system and its flaws, and how the education system was in our Vedagamic tradition. Now, we are going to look at the destruction of the Gurukuls that have happened through ages and how the persecution continues to date. Over the centuries, multiple barbaric invasions led to the destruction of our ancient knowledge transmission centers, the Gurukuls and the traditional universities. And these were the epicenters of learning, of ancient wisdom, and a place for cultivation of scriptural expertise. By 1820, the British rule had already destroyed the financial resources that had supported our educational system, a destruction that they had been carrying out for nearly 20 years.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Sorry for the technical glitch. So, as we were understanding about the British rule, by the 1820, the British had already destroyed all the financial resources that we had to support our educational system. This had happened for over 20 years. Macaulay shares, I have traveled across the length and breadth of India and have not seen one person who is a beggar, who is a thief. Such wealth I have seen in this country, such high moral values, people of such caliber that I do not think we would ever conquer this country unless we break the very backbone of this nation, which is our spiritual and cultural heritage. And therefore, I propose that we replace her old and ancient education system, her culture. For if the Indians think that all their foreign and English is good and greater their own, they will lose their self-esteem, their native culture, and they will become what we want, a truly dominated nation. This was Lord Macaulay's address to the British Parliament on 2nd February 1835. Even though we have politically gained freedom from the British, the Indians have gained freedom from the British, but ideologically we are still stuck to the same. The burning of the ancient scriptures, when the Hinduism lost its political legitimacy, all these great scriptures started getting destroyed, eliminated, and there is not a single place where the original scriptures of the Sanatana Hindu Dharma can be stored. The Mattakalapa in Sri Lanka, the library was burned for days together. The library burning from Nalanda to Sri Lanka, destroying all the Hindu scriptures, continuing for over 200 years of persecution. 100 million source books of Hinduism were destroyed, and now we are only left with 2 million, which is just 20 crore. So much is lost and so much is destroyed. How is Sri Kailasa working on providing the real education for humanity? Through the major two departments of education, the Department of School and Education and Literacy, which is the Nithyananda Gurukul, the Department of Higher Education, Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University. The last living person who has the knowledge of this system is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, our beloved Swamiji, and he is fortunately reviving this knowledge transmission system. The Nithyananda Hindu University was conceived with the objective by Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam in 2000 and legitimized by establishing the university in the United States in 2007. Today, the Nithyananda Hindu University is the world's largest Hindu university in the world, with over 5,992 courses in over 150 countries and having 20 million plus enrollments all across the globe. Quoting the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, education means constantly breaking your impossibilities, making all the best possibilities manifest. At the Nithyananda Gurukul, apart from having the ability to live an extraordinary life with these powers, students are also trained to handle any situation of life that is put in front of them. Every aspect of the student's life, whether it is from food to the cognitions that they hold about themselves, is aligned according to the Vedas and the Agamas in order to make them into world leaders. The Nithyananda Hindu University draws inspiration from the millennia-old Vedic tradition of ancient India, the oldest living stream of the transformational science in the world today. The pragmatic civilization is credited with many significant firsts in the field of yoga, field of medicine, astronomy, mathematics, navigation, among others. Reinterpreting the Vedic wisdom in the light of modern life and needs. The Nithyananda Hindu University creates the space for powerful transformation of the individual and community. And the most important thing that we need to understand about all of this is the education, the revival is completely free for anyone who wants to experience it. The Nithyananda Hindu University represents the revival of the most ancient knowledge transmission system. It is of the oldest lineage of universities, as per the known records, that was started by Kailasa, by Paramashiva in Kailasa himself, and then established in various places such as Naimisharanya, Varanasi, Kanchi, Mathura, Avantika, which are the major mokshapuris. The Shastra Pramana, beautiful verse from the Manusmriti, goes as Dharmo rakshati rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. Let us now listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the Nithyananda Gurukul versus the Mechkale-based education system.
My Gurukul is 100% free. Food, stay, education, everything is free. Because Sadashiva says, Guru is supposed to beg and feed the disciples. I said, I may beg physically or in the internet, but I will beg and feed my disciples. My Gurukul is 100% free. Not only I am teaching them English, maths, science, I am teaching them true history. I am teaching them the real powers and possibilities they can manifest. I am teaching them life. Only thing, I am not doing the stupid things which you guys have designed for a generalized way. Understand? All generalization creates more blind spots. When there is a Google Earth available, Google Map is available, why will I make them memorize the capitals of all the countries and states? Macaulay's time it was not there, so you have to memorize. Capital of India is Delhi and capital of Tamil Nadu is Chennai. You have to memorize. Now there is a Google Earth and Google Map. Just Google it, that's all. They need to be taught Googling. I am only removing all those stupid blind spots become part of the education because of the generalization. Understand? All generalization is faulty generalization. All generalization is faulty generalization. Jealousy, comparison is the byproduct of the faulty generalization. It is utter stupidity to give marks to human beings. Utter stupidity to give marks to human beings. It is like I saw memes in the Facebook. There is a fish in a pot, and there is a monkey, there is an elephant, there is a zebra, there is a snake, there is a crocodile, there is a tiger. And the educationist says, to have a fair game, we will have the examination. Who claims this tree first? Please start. That is what I call faulty generalization. What will happen to the fish if he comes out of the water to climb the tree? All generalization is faulty generalization. Understand? What I am trying to convey, I will give you the essence. Media wants me to do the charity of what they think as best. I am doing the charity of what is best. If you think food is the best thing happened in your life, you can do just annadan. If you think education is the best thing happened in your life, you share that with the world. That's your charity. If you think clothes are the best things happened to your life and you share the clothes, vastradana, that's your charity. If you think enlightenment and spiritual powers are the best thing happened in your life, you share that with the world. That's all I am doing.
Yes. So we listened from Swamiji himself about the education system. Let's look at another beautiful video of Swamiji, where the Nithyananda Gurukul is the future of the intelligent education system.
I am telling you, future is Gurukul system. The future of education is where the teachers and students live together in one place. If needed, let the parents also stay there. But because basically kids do what you do, they won't do what you say. Understand? They do what you do. They won't do what you say. Whatever you do, simply they will do. They will never do what you say. Most of the time, they don't care for what you say. The future of the Indian education system, I can say, the future of any intelligent education system will be Gurukul system. I am not talking out of pride or arrogance. I am talking seeing the future. I am telling you, I will be leading this revival in the education system through our Gurukul system.
Yes. So that was a powerful satsang where Swamiji shares about any intelligent education system to be revived. It will only be done through the Gurukul, the Nithyananda Gurukul way of education system. And joining us today on the panel, we are having Srinitya Ashutosh Ananda, trainers in admin, and Srinitya Shivashankarananda for the discussion today. So I now welcome Ashutosh Maharaj. You can introduce yourself.
Yes, thank you, Maharaj. My name is Srinitya Ashutosh Ananda. I was born in Montreal, Canada. I have a background in mechanical engineering technology and studied a little bit of business, finance, holistic medicine, and some experience into teaching. 2014 was the year where a major shift happened and where I ended up going to India to meet Swamiji, have receive his initiation, his darshan, and that's basically from there that my entire journey towards superconscious breakthrough started. So it was an amazing happening, and been with Swamiji and the Sangha since then. So looking forward for today's Rakata Saras. Thank you for having me on the panel. Nithyananda.
Thank you very much. Kailasa, you can go ahead and introduce yourself.
Thank you, Maharaj. Nithyananda. My name is Renoshan, and I'm also born from Montreal, Canada. And I have a background in software engineering and a little bit of background in medicine as well. And I got to know Swamiji around 2013. 2014, when Swamiji announced the Cambodia IA, saying that this was the last consciousness flight. It was literally the call to action. And then from there, it's just been breakthrough after breakthrough. I was able to receive Swamiji's darshan finally at Paramashivoham in 2017, and continuing on to today with the Paramashivoham level 2 seasons and the Paramashiva Ganas and the constant activism that happens in the Kailasa ecosystem. And so, yes, this is just a little bit about me. Thank you for having me out on today's panel discussion. Nithyananda.
Thank you very much. Shivashankara Maharaj, you can now introduce yourself.
Nithyananda. My name is Srinitya Shivashankarananda. I'm a Balasanta of Nithyananda Gurukul, and I've been a Gurukul for the past 8 years. Thank you, Maharaj, for having me in this panel discussion for speaking about the Hindu educational system, as I myself now in Gurukul, being in the space of Gurukul, and we'll be discussing and having the Vakyasadas on the Hindu education system and the Gurukul system.
Yes, thank you very much, Maharaj. So now we have with us our panel, we have 3 of us in the panel. And as we saw, we've been looking at the education system, how it is currently versus what is the education system in our Vedagamic tradition. And so now I would like to hear from each and every one of you. What do you all think as the most important flaws? We saw some of them. With which flaw you're able to associate yourself and you're able to give your inputs on. So we could start with Ashutosh Maharaj.
Yes, for me, in that satsang which we played in the intro, there's one part which really strikes, and it's very straightforward and it's very easy to understand. If you make an elephant, a tiger, a squirrel, and a fish climb the tree, like how can you expect a fish to be able to do anything outside of the water? So having something generalized is a big blind spot. As far as I cognize, it's a big blind spot, and I believe that this blind spot is expanding and growing because it is a greed-based functioning system, which, like in the intro we mentioned, it's about making money. So when you want to make money, you have to create a form of structure which runs on its own and which expands and just swallows everything, and that's pretty much how you make more and more money. So, but the problem is that it is not customized for the people. And when it comes to education, this kind of business strategy is not at all adequate, and it basically ends up destroying the education system. So so having a generalized system is surely not the right approach to allow the next generation to blossom in the education field. So that would be my initial stand on this question.
Yes, thank you. Renasan, you can go ahead and take your initial stand on this.
Yes. So going through today's presentation, there was one real strong click that happened. And again it's happening. And really, it is Parama. Swamiji says, Ahimsa Paramo Dharmaha. And this was really the strong thing that clicked as we went through the presentation today, where the current education system, in different ways, there's subtle forms of violence. see the whole space, the main cognition that's happening is the uniqueness of each individual should be celebrated, just like how the uniqueness of an elephant, uniqueness of a fish, uniqueness of a horse, uniqueness of a dog, all these things, you can't ask them all to climb the same tree. No, they all should be celebrated for their uniqueness and allow them to express their uniqueness, as Ashutosh was sharing. But as soon as the comparison starts to happen, as soon as the comparison is inserted into any kind of structure, then the violence starts. This is one kind of the violence that's there. But in like this, the modern education system has different forms of violence. And because of these different forms of violence coming into play, there's all this unfortunate circumstance happening in the modern education system. But now in Hindu Gurukul, in the Nithyananda Gurukul, it starts and ends with Shanti. It starts and ends with Ahimsa. Ahimsa paramo dharmaha. The whole life, the whole journey is about exploring your possibility, exploring your uniqueness, really seeing the juice of life, the celebration of life. So this is just a quick initial take on the main click that I got from today and about the space of education, the modern education system versus Gurukul education system. Again and again, it comes down to Ahimsa paramo dharmaha. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Renusan. Shivashankar Amaraj, you could go ahead and share your initial understanding on this.
Thank you, Maraj. For as how Renusan has explained that Ahimsa Paramo Dharma, I want to little bit explain on that. As in Nithyananda Gurukul, where we explore our possibilities, we explore our uniqueness, and we explore the powers, or we do something creative to make something happen, either do a homa, make the rain shower from the space of oneness with Paramashiva and Shiva himself. Many things where we ourselves can do. But in the video or in the intro of what we have heard earlier of what Swamiji was saying, the Hindu education system was being destroyed, and that's the backbone of Hinduism. So what I understood from that is whatever made the British Empire the rule, come and destroy the temples, come and destroy other architectures and other sciences of Hinduism. But Swamiji tells, if all of those get destroyed, but if the Gurukul system, the Hindu education system stands, the Hinduism stands. If the Gurukul education system get destroyed, the backbone of Hinduism is destroyed. He was telling very beautifully in one of the satsang, the Nithyananda Gurukul or Gurukul is the space where the new species are getting evolved. How Swamiji is, he is representing himself in all his balasans and making that happen. So in Gurukul and the education here, it's not like how Mekele describes and how it is being written there. So we are exploring our own possibilities, our own uniqueness, and do the stuff that we want, and we make it happen. We make ourselves all our life into positiveness, not into a negative mode, or not to tell that this is not going to happen and that is not going to happen, giving some reasons. We are making stuff, we are creating it, we are creating in our own unique way and making that into reality. So that is the initial take which I wanted to share and which I want to take it out.
Yes, thank you very much, Maharaj. And joining us in the discussion today, we also have Murli Ayya from Chennai. Murli Ayya, I would like you to introduce yourself and at the same time, go on with your initial take on the flaws of the current education system.
Thank you, Maharaj. This is Murli from Chennai. I think today's topic is very relevant today. Relevant to me, I mean, because I'm a teacher and a trainer by profile. And I came to Swamiji through an inner awakening program, to attend one inner awakening program, which is actually a 21-day meditation program, which Swamiji used to conduct back-to-back throughout the year those days. And it was then that I realized that I had been actually operating from a very, very small context as compared to how large, how really huge life itself can be. And I sort of felt that my youth was getting renewed, refreshed, and I felt a huge set of possibilities, a whole world open in front of me, waiting to be explored. It was very life-deepening program, a wonderful opportunity which Swamiji gave me for all the logic self that I was. And life has been full of lot of miracles, and lot of clicks have been happening since then. And if I'm in an online forum talking to the whole world, addressing the whole world here, I think it is the courage and the knowledge which Swamiji had made me realize. I will not even say he's given, because he always says that we are all a possibility, and he is the apt definition for a guru, because he makes he facilitates the learning to happen. He creates ambience for realization to happen, and that is the best way any guru can be, because it is the most non-violent form of making the student know anything at all. And as an educator myself, I don't see how I can be in the space of a guru, considering the present education system is going on today. Because the Gurukul education system is actually aimed at enlightenment. Means, what is the best potential one can ever reach, in what way, at what pace. But the modern education system is all about competition. Who gets the first mark, who gets the first rank, and so on. Then there are much more number of specializations than it was once upon a time. But still, as Swamiji says, choices is not freedom. See, the idea of specialization itself is Western based, because in Hinduism we talk about holicism. We look at how the whole world is one unit, how the whole cosmos is one unit. And what are the flaws of the education system? See, it is because of the competition, you even make some students feel that they are superior than others. Some students feel that they are inferior to others. And that is where starts happening all the psychological problems. And life negative issues start happening. This peer comparison is actually not a healthy thing. And if you want to learn something without any peer help, that is the best thing that can happen, and it is only the Gurukul education system that can make this possible. So let me stop here as an initial take. I'll expand this in a further instance. Thank you, Raj.
Yes, thank you very much, Aya. So being from the background of the education system, Murliya has shared. Being from the Nithyananda Gurukul, Shivashankara Maharaj has shared. And being from Canada, Reinosun and Ashutosh Maharaj have shared how the individual, initially how the violence, Reinosun shared about the violence, part of it in our education system, and how the generalization is done in our education system was shared by Ashutosh Maharaj. So now, let us enter into the deeper parts of this to understand what fundamentally were the flaws that as Hindus or as living Hindus we have committed was for this particular education system, which actually led to the digress of the current lifestyle that we are in, where we saw the statistics where whether it is the drug abuse, whether it's the suicide rate, whether it's the peer pressures, everything on a negative tone has been sharply increasing. So let's understand a few more into this, maybe understanding about how the ideology of violence, the current education system that we are studying in, is actually based upon violence rather than a growth-based. What an education system is supposed to be, a growth-based education system. So rather than being a growth-based education system, how it is a violence-based education system. So let us look into it and also start expanding in from there. So yes, you could start by taking it on.
Yes, Nithyanandam. One click that's happening regarding this is how Swamiji is sharing in the Shanti Mantra. The whole thing is learning based. The whole context is learning based. It's not teacher centric. No, both the teacher and the student is saying, let me actually pull up the exactly what it is. So Swamiji shares, if you read the Shanti Mantra, it is education centric, not teacher centric. Unfortunately, in the modern day, because teachers have not taken the responsibility to be education centric, it has become more teacher centric. And an implication of this that I'm seeing is as soon as there's the gap between teacher and student, the oneness is lost. As soon as the oneness is lost, then just implicitly, the space of violence starts to be there. It starts to be a comparison between now teacher and student. This is also a comparison. In the education-centric based ecosystem, there's actually no gap between teacher and person, the teacher and student. It's a oneness ecosystem where both are learning together, both are expanding together. Both the teacher is teaching the student and the student is teaching the teacher. So the ahimsa is there, the oneness is there, the coexistence is there. And from that ecosystem, the whole learning space can happen. Absolutely, there's no friction. But now in the modern education system, there's a gap between teacher and student. The student's life is based on how the teacher grades, based on how the teacher sees a student and all these things. This is all implicit and also explicit. There's both. And one strong click that's happening in how we allowed the Macalay's education system to dilute the Gurukul system. One strong click that started to happen as I was looking in is, again, it comes back to ahimsa paramo dharmaha. Even now with this, where if we look at, let's say some new education system is introduced, naturally, just to see the expansion happen, we will see how we can integrate. This is the life of Hindus. Let's see how we can expand, integrate, and explore our possibilities. But let's do this on the scale of ahimsa paramo dharmaha. When we start to imbibe these new systems, these new architectures, these new systems, when you start to integrate them, let's see if there's any, if it's still under the principle of ahimsa, if there's still the non-violence, if the oneness is retained. The moment any kind of violence starts to happen as a side effect, even if it's implicit, as soon as it starts to happen, then we know something needs to change. But this, for some reason or another, it didn't happen. For some reason or another, we allowed the dilution of Hindu Gurukul system to happen with the Macalay's education system. And from there, more and more violence started to happen, more and more inner violence and outer violence, because then the student, when they go through their holes up and down, then it can also express as outer violence. So both are there. So to wrap up this point is, it comes down to, again, the ecosystem of oneness. There should not be the gap between one and the other. It should be a oneness ecosystem. For example, the student and teacher, or student to student, both. It should be a oneness ecosystem. As soon as that's there, then everything will actually flower. And if any new system is introduced, okay, let's see, let's try it out. But let's try it out with the scale of ahimsa paramo dharmaha. As long as this is retained, then we will be able to continue to flower. But as soon as we compromise on ahimsa, then we're going to start to see what we see today. Even the whole state of Hinduism, ahimsa does not mean not fighting. It does not mean standing back and letting you be stepped on. No, ahimsa means the integrity. Ahimsa means letting the non-violence prevail. So this is how I wanted to expand on this topic. Thank you.
One thing wanted to add on top of this, especially one of the last points you brought, the non-integrity. And how I see the violence in the education system is basically, it's a non-integrated system in the way that the context is lost. See, the purpose of education is for you to get educated, to get the knowledge which you need in order to handle life and handle yourself and manifest whatever life you wish to manifest for yourself. But again, bringing on the initial point I brought forward with this greed-based system, it is no longer aligned to the context of education. So it is using education from a context of making money, making profits, making businesses. And I really feel that is why Paramashiva in the Agamas, he mentions that there are some fields in which Vaishyas should not interfere, meaning that the business mentality should never enter these few fields, because once the business mentality enters these few fields, it just destroys and corrupts everything. because of the very nature of the business mentality, which is not a problem for certain fields, but for certain fields it is. And food and education are such fields which should not be interfered with the business mentality, because with business mentality, you want to make more profit, so you find shortcuts, and in the process of making shortcuts, you pollute and you dilute the entire happening, and then the context is lost. So in the field of education, I can clearly see that this is in one way like one of the major forms of violence which is there, which is the education system is not there to educate you. So naturally, if you engage with that system, you will feel cheated. There's no other way. So that's why the authentic Gurukul system needs to be brought back, and the Sanatana Hindu Dharma lifestyle needs to be brought back, so that education can happen. So that's one thing I wanted to add. Thank you.
Chiri, when you talk about violence, I happened to recall one incident that happened very early in my career. My student actually refused to learn learn in the way that I suggested. Like, he refused to actually understand the subject matter. He just was interested in memorizing some questions, saying that that was enough for him to get through the exam or get the marks that he had wanted, and that was the argument. There's a big argument that was happening between my student and myself. And I was trying to reason with his parent, and his parent was saying that he is like that. He always insists only on learning that select question and answers, and not anything more than that. I wanted to take this up with the school management and understand what exactly was happening, how exactly he's saying this. And the teacher was telling me that this is the best way we can even make even the educated parents realize what we school teachers expect, what the management expects. Because if we actually we expect the concept to be understood by the student, and the answers to be written on the student by himself, we are finding it difficult to convince even the educated parents about how some student has written an appropriate answer and somehow some student has not. And because of that, the parents seem to create a big ruckus, create a big argument, and they're so desperate and so passionate about getting their own wards, get more marks and get the first rank and all that. I was wondering how even educated parents were not able to get. So why I'm recalling this incident is, to that extent, the so-called modern education system has resulted in such stiff competition and mark-oriented and all that, and not interested in actually making the student, the learner, know anything at all. Their idea is not to make the student know anything and choose the right course for him to do a job, to pursue a vocation that will be his passion. Rather, they are more interested only in getting more marks, their own ward getting more marks than the peers. So this is the way it is going on, and this is not a healthy thing. As against the Gurukul system, which is more interested in actually making you pursue what you really love, where your passion really lies, and what will leave you fulfilled. What exactly will leave you fulfilled? And it is not. We are not interested in any peer pressure. Hinduism is the Gurukul system is not interested in creating any peer pressure. One can study anything in any great depth. This idea of specialization exists only in the Macaulay way of education system. So it is that passion that is going to actually that's going to make your life. If you are going to decide what vocation you will take up based on how much money you are going to make, or what your cousins or your seniors have taken, and based on that, that is not going to be a proper decision. So I would like our viewers now to actually think through and think critically, think very carefully to realize whether they have chosen some field because their peers, their cousins, or somebody have taken that field, or it is the money that is the occasions that can, how much money you can make in this field when you take up a profession in that line, or is it because of pure passion? If one analyzes this, then I think the purpose of this Sadas itself is achieved. Then you know where you stand, what you are going to, whether you have chosen the right field. So that is what I would like to say. So it's not that only students are violent, even parents are becoming violent because of it. That's what I wanted to recall at this instant. So
Yes.
let me elaborate.
So I would just like to. Yeah, sorry. Yes. So as Murli was sharing, this is something that I could very much relate with, where Swamiji also time and again shares that, especially the Indian parents, where the education system, the marks-based education system, is like the utmost in their life. Like if there is no marks, if there's no studies, it's like no life. So in a family of this kind, or this kind of lifestyle, okay, as Aya is sharing, as Murli just shared, it is more towards inclining towards the parents trying to fulfill their desires. Maybe at a young age, maybe the parents were a bit poor, or they wanted to maybe study something, they wanted to do some profession, they wanted to become a doctor, or they wanted to become a software engineer. So what actually happens is that they push their children to do the same and fulfill their desires through their children. At most of the cases, this causes so much of disruption in the child's life that he ends up ending into anxiety, fear, drug abuse, irritation. And the parents are also not ready to accept, or they're not ready to see a life beyond what we just think as a normal marks. If you see an average household Indian, especially, I would like to take the example of Indian, because the British, the Macaulay system of education is like the most strongest in India rather than in any other country, because it has been brutally destroyed. And we need to understand the level, right from being the golden age for the Hinduism, where there were no beggars just about 2 centuries ago, versus currently now, even the so-called rich people are still living a bound life. Even the rich people might be technically so-called rich, but their children, their family are still experiencing the same troubles that a bonded person might have. So I feel that this one point of where the parents are trying to live out their dreams through their children is actually a very, very important composition of creating violence among the children. It is directly instigating violence because you're not letting the child develop. Whereas in our Hindu Gurukul education system, even the guru, who might be specialized in some of the greatest things, like maybe in archery, in Dhanur Vidya, or in whichever he is specialized in, never restricted his student to be stuck or to be only bound to that one idea of understanding. So you can see a huge amount of difference where currently how their own parents are treating their child, are making their child bound, versus how it was earlier, where even the guru was only interested in making the children live enlightenment, or making their children actually experience and flower the different dimensions of their consciousness and possibility. So this was something that I just wanted to share after Murli had brought up that point.
Yes, there's one very strong click that I'm getting from all the sharing so far, from Srinitya Ashutoshananda, from Murli Aya, from Srinitya Sundareshwara Maharaj, is this ecosystem matters so much. See, let's start from the level of the parents. In the level of parents, they are your ecosystem also. Living with your parents, living with your family, that is a level of ecosystem. And in this level of ecosystem, the thought currents, the thought patterns behind which the ecosystem is built, you're going to start imbibing that. So if the parents or anybody you're living with, it could be grandparents, brothers, sisters, whatever it is, the ecosystem you're living in, the reflection of the thought currents, the ecosystem's thought currents get reflected onto you. This is one level. Next level, the teacher. In this level, again, nobody listens to the words, actually. Nobody listens to words. People only listen to the action, to your, to what you do, to your inner space, to your being. the source from which the words are coming, that's the only thing that's actually being listened to. And so when the teacher is speaking, the teacher may be saying one thing, but only the experience of the teacher will be listened to. Meaning if the teacher has their own fear, their own greed, their own insecurity, their own compromise, their own ideas about why they're doing what they're doing, their whatever it is, even if they have a passion for their subject, they'll also be reflecting that. That is the next level of ecosystem where, again, it's the thought currents that are put into the ecosystem. The patterns that are put into the ecosystem form the ecosystem also. And then the next level, the education system itself, as Srinitya Ashutosha was sharing, where when it becomes a greed-based ecosystem, a greed-based education system, those greed patterns, those thought currents, those cognitions, the whole education system starts to reflect that in all the students. The students are no more going after their passion, their uniqueness. No, the students are going after the same thought currents that were put in when building the ecosystem. Meaning, let me find out what's the best way to make a lot of money. Oh, this job is really good for making a lot of money. Let me go do that. This job is really good for having a growth, for having power. Let me go do that. All these different things, all these different vested interests. And so when the vested interest is entered into the ecosystem, into the education infrastructure, then that is what's being reflected. And then same way, this cognition is happening is when I'm remembering when Swamiji was sharing about how the nation, when a group of people come together with similar interests and put their thought currents together, their cognitions about what is the best life together, use that to form a nation. A nation is what? It's an ecosystem. In all these different levels, the education system, your classroom, where you go home to, in every level is an ecosystem. And in every level, it matters so much what thought currents are there, what cognitions are there, what thought patterns are there. In the Gurukul system, in the ecosystem where Gurukul system is supported, again, now starting from the parents know Guru knows best. The parents know whatever it is, listen to Guru, don't listen to us, listen to your Gurus. No matter what, they'll always bring you back to Gurus. So even from that level, the thought current is always rooted on Guru knows best. The next level, Acharya. Whether you're sitting with the Acharya or you're sitting with Guru himself, in both levels, you're sitting in the space where there's such a devotion for life. There's such a sincerity. There's such a love for life. Life is good, life is auspicious. And from that space, the Sarvangyatva starts to happen. Your whole auspiciousness, your whole, whatever you want to know, you will learn. Whatever you want to do, you will be able to find out how to do. Your perfect, unique expression will just manifest. And then same way now, the next level, the education system itself, the Gurukul system is formed by Gurus. Means what? The very thought current, the very cognition from which the whole education system, the whole infrastructure, I can't even say infrastructure, the whole organism is made out of is, let's have a super conscious ecosystem. Let's have a super conscious breakthrough for humanity. Let's live in an enlightened ecosystem. So in every level, it gives you such a breakthrough. And so just to wrap this point up is when it comes to the education system, the thought currents behind the people who are involved in the education system, whether it's from the family level or to the classroom level or to the education system itself level, in all these places, the ecosystem matters so much. The people involved in the ecosystem also matter so much. So this is just one strong click that I got from what everybody shared. Thank you.
So yes, just to, as all of you are sharing, there's so many points which I got clicked off, which I wanted to share. This point is like how Swamiji very beautifully tells, knowledge is given as a free. It's not that you're supposed to pay for a school fee and you get the knowledge and then you learn the subjects you want and then you pass on with that. And then you have to study for a couple of more years and you have to pay a huge amount of money. In Agamas, Swamiji very beautifully tells that knowledge is given to all by free. Solely this Gurukul system, which we are having, is completely free of cost, and we have the choices to choose our subjects that we want and to write and to manifest what we want. As Renaissance were explaining that how the violence were taking place, that we, whatever subjects that we want to choose, but our parents interfere and tell I want this to happen, and you get messed up with whatever ideas you want, and you don't choose the correct path, and then you fall off with that. So basically in this, either the freedom is not given to you to choose, or the school is giving you a more pressure, and you have no idea what is going on inside you, and your parents put on with it. And basically this whole understanding that you are stuck in some kind of confusion in what to do, and your whole ecosystem is binding you to manifest your freedom or your future. That's why Kailasa, Swamiji's, the only Hindu nation, is providing a Gurukul system, or a place where you can choose. You have the rights to choose what you want and what you want to manifest, and you want to do something, you want to study, or you want to pursue a career or a future to make it happen. So choices is in your freedom. At one point, maybe the viewers who are watching here, you may think choices is not a freedom, and you have choice to choose this and that. In my case, which I want to share is, when you have the choice, it is not that you have the choice, you have the responsibility also to choose. So it doesn't mean that you have only the choice and just tell, okay, I have both ends. If I want this, I can get it. Otherwise, this is there. But if you have the responsibility to choose, to think through and have the cognition, if you choose the first one and what's going to happen, or you choose a second and what's going to happen. So when responsibility comes with freedom, it automatically manifests as a reality. So this is one point which I want to share. And when Swamiji tells very beautifully, when knowledge is given, when I revealed the truths, or when Swamiji tells very beautifully, when I explain the truths in higher dimensions, I don't give any cost. I give it free for all. It's for all human beings, for all humanity to learn, explore their uniqueness, explore their possibilities, and learn what they want to learn. So knowledge basically has to be given free, and the Hindu education system should be revived back by the ecosystem which is Swamiji is doing by the great science of Kailasa, the only Hindu nation. So these are the few things which I wanted to share. And parents, how the parents which have to be relating with the kids, and how the kids should relate with the parents with their own comfortable way, by not either putting a peer pressure on the studies, that exams are coming soon and you have to study this, or if you don't study this, the marks you get. And that's like basically how Sundareshwar Maharaj shared. Either your marks is your future, your studies is your future. That's a wrong cognition being put on the people, or being put on the children who are growing up, that only studies is your future. Swamiji beautifully tells, in his life, Swamiji tells, first you learn from the age of 1 to 7. You learn from your parents. You learn all your activities from your parents. So that moment, your ecosystem should be very strong, very stable, that you should learn only good things. When you reach the age of 7, your parents should hand over you to the Guru, and Guru takes over you till the time you become 21. He trains in all level fields, and then become expert and put you in a kingdom. So in Swamiji's life itself, I want to share, in Swamiji's life, when he was getting trained by many of his gurus, maybe 30 of them, when Swamiji was, when he had complaint. He had ups and downs that he doesn't want to do this. He goes to his parents, his mother, and complains. Swamiji tells his parents, Swamiji's own parents, tells very beautifully, if Guru tells, that's the best. Either it's right or wrong. He knows what it is. He knows the future, and he will make it happen. So it doesn't mean, it's no point of complaining to the parents and tell, okay, you do this, and whatever parents tell, that parents interfere into the Guru's life and it creates trouble. So in Swamiji's life, he had a beautiful ecosystem that when Guru tells something, he knows there's something he has to do, and it is a big future for Swamiji. So like that, for all of us, when we ourselves, in myself, and I am in Gurukul, when Swamiji tells something, there is a word and there is a meaning for it. And by this Hindu Gurukul system, which is being revived by Swamiji, it'll be a best thing which is being done for the whole world and for the Sri Kailasa. So these are the few initial take and few points which I understood from all of the sharings which are being done.
See, for the viewers who might still have any doubts or questions about this comparison, modern education system versus Gurukul, I do acknowledge that the modern education system is getting diluted. That intensity, what it was for all the competition-based thing, was once. Things are slightly better than what it used to be, what Macaulay left us with. Because now we are no more interested in marks, we are interested in grades. What is grade? Grade actually signifies a range, a mark range about a percentage. Like when you say A1, I think it means something between 90 to 100. So when the accurate mark is not given, then it seems like less competitive. This is one dimension. Another thing that is nowadays catching up is this multidisciplinary approach. Like we don't have separate distinct subjects like physics, chemistry, botany, zoology, all that. It is integrated as science. You have something called integrated science, and sometimes they integrate the science with social science and they call it as environmental science, like that. So you have that. Another positive thing is they have something called NIOS, National Institute of Open Schooling. In this system, what happens is the students actually have some. They can breathe very easily because they don't expect to. They expect the student community to score a minimum standard, score a minimum mark to be eligible to go to the next grade in the same academic year. They can study one or two subjects at a time and clear the subjects one by one. So this is more flexible for the student community. For somebody who says that the syllabus is very heavy and I can't study all at once, get everything. So one can actually pass the exams which they are very comfortable in very easily. I mean, in the next bout of examination, and they can concentrate more. They can go for more in-depth study or detail or study more intensely what they are actually not very comfortable with. So they can, one student can study 6th standard chemistry even while being very good at 9th standard maths, something like that. So that's more flexible. So these are the things that are happening in the modern education system. This is a very good thing. But the point is, these are all very welcome. This does really mean a good boon for the students community. It is less sort of the competition thing is lessening its intensity. All that is there, but still it is only competition based, is what we are trying to say. We people who bat for Kailasa will say that, because Kailasa is not for actually getting any marks or that for getting marks for passing exams. That itself is not there. That itself is not the context. The ultimate purpose for education is enlightenment. The ultimate purpose of education should be to live your life with fulfillment. So that is what we are trying to aim, and that is why we say Kailasa is better than any education system, even considering all this, how the modern education system has changed or is getting better. We are not interested in making you make money. The modern education system is actually driving anybody to choose any field out of peer pressure, and ultimately it all boils down to money. It is not fulfillment based. That's the problem at all. So that is why we need the Kailasa ambience, and thanks to Swamiji for reviving that, and we should all be with him and flourish it along with him, so that it.
Yes.
That's what I wanted to share here.
Yes, yeah. So as we've been discussing in the Vakyartha Sadas, so another one important point that I felt that I could actually add in over here is that the education system, right? So what we are living, what we are learning at this point in time, as we see the fundamental tagline of today's the panel discussion itself is that school doesn't teach you, Kailasa does. So even though we learn the maths, physics, chemistry, engineering, and all of that, we miss out on a very fundamental understanding about how to live life. And I feel that is one of the most important understandings of what lifestyle itself has to be. Where, yeah, you're learning so many different things. You're given so many different opportunities, like Aya was sharing. Maybe we are thinking of tackling the problems by these various different solutions that are coming up, but we are not understanding and actually addressing the root, which is learning for life, not learning for something that you are going to earn money for. See, whether you are a rich person or you're a poor person, indefinitely you are having problems in life. Now, what actually matters is your ability and your strength to handle those situations in life, to make those situations as something that can make you more and more powerful, and not falling down to those powerlessness. I think this is what is the understanding that has to be given in the education system. And I think that is one thing. I can share my own personal experience before coming to the Nithyananda Gurukul, as I myself have been in the Nithyananda Gurukul over the last 10 years. And before I came to the Nithyananda Gurukul, I was back there studying in the Hyderabad in India. And so my family as such itself is a Hindu-oriented family, an Orthodox family. So my parents put me into a school that was kind of spiritual oriented, so that at least might not get into that level of degradation. So whatever available best was there in that society at that point in time, they had actually put me into that school. So I was good. I was good at studies. I was good at sports. I was good at many things, like what we would call as a successful student. In every field, I was very good with it. But somewhere at some point in time, the whole understanding of why we have to do what we have to do, like when we are initial kids, none of that actually mattered. But slowly, when you started seeing the amount of pressure that was being put on the marks-based education system, or a certain way of like telling that you have to do this, only then you have a life next. You have to, maybe for example, complete your 10th exams, and that is only then you have a life. Your whole life depends on this. So when these kind of understandings actually started being forced upon us, that is where things started changing. So I think I was about fifth grade, sixth grade when these kind of ideas actually started coming in, where the pressure of the studying and telling that that is the only lifestyle for you and that is the only way that you can survive. When these kind of ideas started coming in, that is when I started feeling something is not right. And I kind of started becoming a rebel to this education system. So I did not like that education system, and I felt no, it doesn't make sense. You're learning about something that is not even relevant now, and you say that my future is going to be based on something that is not even in existence at this point in time. Why should I learn all of that? It makes no sense. So even though my parents were understanding this, but they were also helpless, because there is no institution or there is no education system that was available back then to live or to know that yes, these are the flaws, but there has to be some alternative solution. There is no alternative solution, and they were not capable enough, or they were not like they didn't have the time enough to be able to home tutor me or grow me at their own house. So that was not a practical solution, and that was when we came across Swamiji and the Nithyananda Gurukul, where the first program that I had attended was the Ingenious, which is Inner Awakening for Kids, if you call it now. So that was the time when I first actually understood why I am doing what I am doing. Like right from the time, if I have to go brush my teeth, why do I need to brush my teeth? If I need to sleep, if I need to wake up at a certain time, if I need to learn something, why I need to do what I'm doing. So that convinced me about life. That is one thing that I see a lot of youngsters, I see a lot of teenagers, especially of my age. And now after coming to the Nithyananda Gurukul, I've got so many opportunity to reach out to so many thousands of youth, of kids, see what problems that they're facing, where either one, they just blindly follow the society. Second, if they start questioning, they are treated as a rebel and they are accused, they are treated ill-treated and all of that. So for multiple reasons, basically they are suppressed. And when someone gets suppressed, as we saw in the presentation also, it's like you just become a clerk, like whatever intelligence is there is just cut off and you become another clerk that just enters into the society. That was something which changed when I came to the Nithyananda Gurukul, because I started understanding why I need to do what I'm doing, why I need to learn what I need to learn, what is the need for it. And I started getting convinced about it. So I feel that it is very important for every one of us as parents all the viewers who are watching this live, the parents, the grandparents, maybe in your generations, you were not having this opportunity. But there is no reason why you should not give this opportunity to the next generation. Swamiji also shares one very important understanding. He says that the parents, many parents themselves are jealous of the kids. They are like, oh, I went through so much of suffering. So you also, what do you mean by doing all of this? Maybe inside them, they want to give them a better life, but actually they're only infusing suffering into the kids by using such words, not looking at the possibilities that could be expressed by the individual kids. So it is high time that we as parents look into our life and see, do we want to give the same suffering to our kids as a lifestyle, or give them a possibility to see who they truly are? And every kid in the Nithyananda Gurukul gets the possibility to experience and gets the possibility to discover who they really are. And I think that is very important for every one of us to give our children and to give the youth of India. Especially the youth is the future of the entire globe. And only by creating the right education system, either a child becomes a terrorist or he becomes an enlightened being for the world to flourish. So, this was something that I wanted to personally share from my experience. And I felt that it could be useful for the viewers who have been watching us live in this particular segment. So, that was something that I wanted to share. Thank you.
One thing I wanted to add is at least that was one of the main clicks for me, and I think that's one of the biggest blind spots of, in the education system, especially of humanity, is that, see, we are working to get marks, to get work, right? The purpose is to get job and to get money. Okay, but why do you want to job and to get money? So you can handle life, so you can live a life. So the end of the day, the purpose, the ultimate aim is to live a good life. So the education should address that directly. It should not address that through something else, because when you go through something else, you forget the bigger vision, you lose the bigger vision, you get stuck in the small vision, and then most of the time you cannot make the right decisions, because when you don't have the bigger vision, when you're not able to visualize the bigger picture, you will not be able to make the right decisions for yourself. So the purpose is to live life. Why do we need money? So you can have a good life. So the purpose is, how can I live good life? So education should address that directly. And Swamiji does that, because Swamiji teaches us how to be in a space of powerfulness, not powerlessness. And that is how you're going to live a good life. If you get in tune with that space, that Paramashivoham space within yourself, and you live powerfully, then no matter what is manifested, whatever happens in front of you, you will be able to have the right decisions and manifest whatever you consciously decide to manifest. So that should be the context from which education is given. And Kailasa is doing that. Swamiji is doing that by reviving Kailasa. So that's something very important.
Nice point Ashutosh had actually brought up. See, when we want a better life, you have to look at it directly, not from the lens of what we study and because of that how much we earn and through that. Nice, nice point is made. See, we tend to actually feel that somebody is successful if only we are able to brand him under some particular vocation. That is a problem at all. Like, you want to say that he's, and if you go to the medical field, you will see that a lot of specialization is coming up. Now, in my youth, in my young days, I used to know this orthopedist, ophthalmist, and all that. Now I listen to somebody saying that he's specialist in shoulder injuries. This is it's getting too much. Like, in the name of specialization, we are actually dissecting more and more, and I don't understand how we can actually look at the body parts individually. So when you learn to look at life as a whole, in the holistic sense, only then we will be able to do that. And if you ultimately, if you think through very critically, it all boils down to money. What can I do to make more and more money? So that seems to be the motive. Money seems to define the quality of life. Money seems to define how much the happiness quotient in people. And that is where the whole problem starts. Whereas fulfillment is all about something else. Some person might be fulfilled by having just a few thousand rupees in his bank account, whereas somebody else may not be satisfied even with crores of money in his bank account. And modern day politicians are a very good example for this as far as India is concerned. So money is never going to define what ultimate fulfillment is. And if you want this to get realized in its largest dimension, that is where we need Kailasa. That is where we need this Gurukul way of thinking, Gurukul way of education, Gurukul way of making money and living life. So that is where we need this. So this, and as an intention, we can say this in the Varnashrama Dharma. Like not everybody is vested with money. Only some people, only the Vaishya community will be vested with money, while the Brahmana community is vested only with knowledge. Like that, not everybody has got all the thing and you can control society. So everything is related. Every dimension we need Kailasa because in all the dimensions of life, it has got something positive to offer. It has got something to be pro-life and make things better for everyone all at once. It's not any faith-based ecosystem. It's all knowledge-based. We are a knowledge-based civilization. Hinduism is a knowledge-based civilization. So that is why when Gurukul system was destroyed, Hinduism itself got destroyed. And thanks to Swamiji for making us all realize this and making people realize this. In my own way, as my personal experience, I will say, see, I'm actually an educator in this modern education system as a part of it, and I may seem to be talking against it. But the thing is, I do my best, whatever little best I can from my side. Like I always tell parents, and some today I find it very surprising that parents come and complain to us teachers about what the students are like at home. The parent teacher is meeting, we generally call them for telling them what they do in school and we want support from them. But rather they come and complain to us about how the students behave at home. So I do my little bit by telling them how they need not be compelled to do anything, how they need not be peer pressured or anything. And what Ashutosh Nanda in the initial text said, like we don't want the parents to live out. I said we don't want the parents to live out their desires through their children's lives. So I tell them, like, let them flower in their own way, let them choose what they want to, and it's not that, and some parents actually very pride in saying, I did not decide what they will do in their life, I left to them. See, that is not the thing. You have to ensure that they choose what they are choosing because of the right reason, because they really know that it will leave them fulfilled. Just because you did not interfere in their choice of a vocation, it doesn't mean you have done your you are very being or you have done the right thing for the child. You have to ensure that they have chosen chosen some field because they know what it entails. That I think this final point, I think many of our viewers have to realize. That's what I want to share through this other session today. So do they realize what it entails, what this field means, what are the risks, what are the prospects, what are the risks, what are the negative aspects, where are the obstacles, blind spots. All the dimensions have to be analyzed before one analyzes that, before one decides on a particular career vocation. And this can never happen if you analyze only the peer pressure thing or only the money making thing. So this is what I want to share. Thank you.
Yes, adding to Aya's point, it's correct that when sometimes we just leave and tell it's your decision. If you're not able to listen to us, not able to cooperate with us and choose the subjects or choose the future, we leave it to you. You choose whatever you want, and then you just go ahead. So that's one of the basically the wrong thing to do, where you're supposed to give an understanding or give a right purpose to the child to grow, or to give to give him a clarity as you have grown up and you know, and you can give a choice to him, and you can pursue him and tell him to think through and get back with something, not just leave the child and tell you choose whatever you want. I don't mind anything. So that's one of the things where all the viewers have to think through and see what are the few blind spots that we were having about this Hindu education system, either through studies or either through memorizing something, putting up peer pressure into our head and going through mugging up and then coming up studying in that, and not having a choices to choose what you want, and not having the complete freedom to pursue what you want in your future. And Swamiji's ecosystem here is bringing that the whole responsibility and freedom into existence, where you choose either spirituality, or you choose either you want to be a doctor, you want to be an engineer, or you want to be spread the whole world as Swamiji's own mission. It's up to you, it's given to you. But very beautifully, Swamiji tells in maybe the older satsang, in one hand, you should have the whole science or the education system. In one hand, you should have spirituality. If both you have, you can success your life with everything. One part of your life, when you are pursuing a career, or when you are treating a patient. For example, if you're a doctor, you are treating a patient. You are doing it in a medical field where you learn something when you are young. You learn the doctor, biology, the medical engineering, the pursuit. You learn everything. You use that knowledge. In other side, a spirituality purpose also. What Swamiji tells or what other master tells, you use it. So both spirituality and education should be there in hand to hand, and to support you and to live you in a beautiful life. And in one line, which I want to just wrap it up of what I want to learn, share, is Swamiji tells, inside your inner space, you should be a Buddha. Outside, when you project yourself outside, you should be a Bill Gates. So these are the few things, this is the one line which I want to share, and where everybody should hold. Inside yourself, you are a Buddha, and outside, you are a Bill Gates.
Yes, there's this one click that's happening. Again, comes down to exactly the topic for today's panel discussion. School doesn't teach you, Kailasa does. A lot, again and again, during this discussion is this topic of freedom. And what I'm really seeing now is with all the different disciplinaries, all the different choices, we go through the choices to go through and get what we want. What we want is fulfillment. But through going through all these choices, we spend how much amount of time, how much amount of unnecessary life actually. There's actually one thing, it's a very subtle cunningness that gets put onto us. And we try to be cunning with life by going through this job, going through this position, going through that, and then finally getting to what you want. But here's the thing, if you try to be cunning with life, you're the one who's going to be cheated. When you're ferocious, when you're straight about what you want and then live for that, then you will be showered. Gurukul teaches the science of the real freedom, the ability to handle yourself, the ability to be ferocious with yourself, to be very straight. And it's just this one really strong click that's happening is when it comes to the school in modern day, it teaches you to go through all these different paths, teaches you to go through, okay, first you have to do this, then you have to do that, then you have to do that, then finally you can come to what you want. But why spend all that time when you know what you want? Why spend all that time when you know how to get there also? So the main click that's happening here is actually this one thing. And also second is choices are not freedom. When we're going through life through choices, then we're actually going to be spending a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of life going through all the unnecessary suffering. But when we decide what is actually freedom, the possibility, the conscious possibility, knowing what we want and then manifesting that, going for that, then one, we have our own personal breakthrough, inner space. We realize, oh, I can actually just do what I want and I can actually manifest what I want. It's actually happening. It's really happening. And also on the outside breakthrough happens because when you start to realize you can manifest one of your realities, then you can start manifesting more and more of your realities. You start to really have the confidence about yourself. You start to have the ability to handle yourself because in manifesting, in creating that one possibility for yourself, let's say, for example, you want like $1 million, something like that. You want $1 million and you just want to make it happen. Once you actually manifest that for yourself, once you make that happen for yourself, then you realize, oh, through this whole thing, I went through so much. Now I'm really able to handle myself. I'm really able to hold myself. The Swatantra is there. This is one example. $1 million is one example. Another example could be learning about the human body. You go through all this time, all this energy, truly master the human body. Another example is astronomy. You go through all this time and energy, truly master the astronomy, to understand the astronomy. And then as you're going through all these things, then you realize, oh, I'm actually able to handle myself while going through all this. The confidence is there. The ability to handle life is there. The capacity to live is there. You teach yourself. I don't even want to say you teach yourself, but it's that space where You're in that supported space where life is supporting you and doing what you want. The whole ecosystem is supportive of you manifesting your uniqueness. You don't have to choose options. You don't have to compromise on who you are. You don't have to compromise on what you want. It's the real freedom. There's no compromise. You know your uniqueness. You and yourself know, okay, you know what? No, this is really what this is really what my heart is for. I really want to learn about the body. I really want to learn about sound, vibration. I really want to learn about yoga. I really want to learn about astronomy. I really want to learn about economics. I really want to learn about administration. I really want to learn about this thing, that thing, that thing. And then as you go through whatever nitty gritty that you're specifically unique to, that you're specifically tuned for, you'll naturally start attracting that. And as you go towards your natural path, you don't have to distort your path, compromise on your path because, oh, that path is not available. This path is not available. Because when it comes to choices, the only choices you have are what's available to you. If what you want is not available, then you have to compromise. And so this is a main click that's happening as I'm sharing, is in the space of school, it's about choice. All the subjects are choice. All the disciplines are choice. If you don't have if the choice is not there for you to manifest your uniqueness, what your passion is for, then you have to compromise. And then you'll forever know that you're not doing what you want to do. And so it all again comes back down to, Shiva Shankara Maharaj has shared, is this freedom to live how you want, the freedom to do what you do. And Gurukul really gives you the space to experience your freedom. The lifestyle is to experience your freedom. And one more thing that I also want to add is the context for life that Gurukul gives. One example I can give is Tyaga. Tyaga is something that'll never be taught in school. Why is it ever going to be taught in school? It's not considered as a subject. It doesn't look like it's going to be relevant to any kind of job or salary or anything like this. But I remember Swamiji sharing in his satsang, talking about Guru Tattva and Tyaga. How I remember Swamiji sharing is Tyaga is not a morality. It's a science. It's a science for giving yourself a DNA breakthrough. It's literally a science to give yourself breakthrough. So under Gurukul, it's not classified under morality. It's classified under a science. Because even physically it manifests. It's physically you get the breakthrough. But this is something you'll never learn in school. Because as per school, as per social standard, it's considered a morality. And so why teach morality? Or there's certain context for morality, but something like Tyaga will never be introduced. In Gurukul, the context for life is there. Why Tyaga? What happens when you do Tyaga? What happens when you manifest the real freedom? The real context for life is there. And when you have the context for life, then the life flowers in you. And so this is just one last point I wanted to bring up. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Innocent. Yes, Ashutosh, you wanted to share something?
Yes, one point I wanted to add was initially Reno-san was sharing about he was referring back again to forgetting the direct path and going through all these small, okay, you go there and then you have this and then you have that and then you end up there. And the click from here is that you need to you have to have the bigger vision and the goal right away, because the path which was established might not be the ultimate path, might not be your path. It might, if you want to choose that path, you can, but there's a possibility of you creating your own path also. And for that, you need to know where you're going. What you want to manifest you need to be conscious of what you want to manifest, and then the possibility of you of having a breakthrough and manifesting. The Swamiji was saying it's a possibility, not probability, right? You decide you want to do something, and then with will persistence, you just work towards it and you make it happen. And maybe you will use the path which has been laid down, or maybe you will reinvent something, and that's how new things get added. Everybody who has created some kind of breakthrough for humanity, they did not follow the path which was laid down. Because that space of creation is not available if you just follow the path which is established. So that's also something where I feel many children who have perhaps this space of like, you know, wanting to create something and making a breakthrough happen, but if they don't have the right atmosphere and ecosystem for that to happen, then they won't be able to express that dimension.
Yes, so Shamaraj, that's one of I guess that's also one of the important points that is that's there. So knowing the goal and actually start working towards the goal, so you actually know and stop wasting life. That's a very important point. And during this entire discussion today on panel today, I feel that a lot of clicks, especially, had come out today about what is the purpose of life, what we are doing right now, what education system itself was supposed to be meant for versus how it is now, and how Swamiji is reviving the ancient Gurukulam system of education that is for life, that actually teaches you to live. And so, with that, we are actually coming towards the conclusion of today's pre satsang, this morning panel discussion. I'd like to thank all our participants, Reno Snidman, Shivashankar Amaraj, Murli Ayya, and Ashutosh Amaraj, for joining us in this morning panel and morning discussion. And I would also like to thank all our viewers for logging in and tuning in at this point in time to be part of this morning discussion. Now it's time that we prepare ourselves to experience and enter into the readiness to experience the Nitya Satsang from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let us all now take a few moments to sit straight with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Remember Swamiji in your third eye. And let the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham start reverberating in your inner space.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
प्रकाशिनी जगच्चिन्त्यमानरूपिणी धर्मस्थापिनी ध्यानपीठकारणेश्वरि मन्दहासिनी नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमेश्वरि शरणं श्री नित्य नित्येश्वरि महायोगिनी भक्त संकटापहा
ॐ नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus, de facto Kailasians from all over the world. I welcome all the Sarvanya Kartas, Yajamans, Sri Mahants, Mahants, Tanedar, Kotari, visitors, viewers, everyone sitting with us all over the world with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. Body which is used intensely remains healthy. Internal organs which is active intensely remains healthy and continues to function long. Mind which remains sincere continues to be focused on the goal of life. Consciousness naturally, spontaneously, simultaneously, listen to this word, spontaneously and simultaneously manifest through all these three layers: mind, internal organs, and body. All these three. Use the internal organs more and more. Every time when you fast, all the internal organs of your body starts working. Every time. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider will make billions receive this free process. I welcome you all with my love and respect and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. The science of Kaya Kalpa this royal, sacred, secret science of Kaya Kalpa is the best methodology to have superconscious breakthrough. It does not require hard work, it just requires sincere work. Understand? It does not require hard work. It just requires sincere work. Step by step, I will reveal the science. Yesterday, whatever I was talking, I was sharing, I will continue yesterday's morning satsang. I was sharing. The initial introduction, secrets of Kayakalpa science. Now, I'll start sharing more details. So listen to this one word. Expanding your ability to cognize Arunagiri Yogeshwara will always insist that I experience this space, vast space. He will ask me to lie down. Whenever he takes me to Kailasa, you see, inside the Arunachala hill, the Kailasa is there, where Paramashiva himself resides, sits under the banyan tree, Kalpavriksha, and teaches these science to all the great rishis and administers this universe. There are many secret caves from temple, main Arunachaleshwara temple, to go to the Kailasa. Whenever he takes me to Kailasa, he will always insist that I just lie down on the ground and gaze the universe and merge with it. Listen. Whenever it is possible, sleep under the open sky and gaze at the sky as much as you can and fall asleep. This will help your brain's ability to grasp larger visualizations, larger visions, larger ideas, larger truths. I tell you, ability to cognize larger visualizations, deeper verbalizations is maturity of the mind. Maturity of the mind is mandatory for maturity of consciousness. See, this whole science was given to me by Arunagiri Yogeshwara, my Guru, Paramashiva himself. He gave me this science. And my gurus in the physical plane, Kuppammal, Mata Vibhudanandapuri Devi, Raghupati Yogi, Yogi Yoganandapuri, Isakki Swamigal, the great Brahma Rishi, Isakki Siddhar, all of them. Of course, I have a list. Whoever was part of that ecosystem contributed to my life. I cannot forget anyone's name. I cannot miss anyone's name. Sometimes this anti-Hindu gang, enemies of Hinduism and traitors of Hinduism, both gangs, accuse me, why is he telling so many people as his gurus? Guru can be only one person. No. Be very clear. If you are going to master one field of Hinduism and achieve enlightenment, one guru is enough for you. But a person like me who is supposed to not only master, achieve enlightenment for myself, who is supposed to help the whole world, I need to be trained in multiple disciplines, multiple departments, multiple fields and branches and dimensions and aspects of Hinduism. So for each field I had a guru. I had a master, I had a teacher, I had a guide who made me master that field by their sincere work. Not just hard work, sincere work. So I will list all of them. I'm going to make a beautiful memorial for all of them in Tiruvannamalai Ashram. I'm so happy Ma Guru Charana has taken up Tiruvannamalai Ashram. I just want to tell you guys, she is doing a wonderful job. I'm giving all my blessings to Ma Guru Charana. I wanted to tell this and put this on record. I want my Guru's samadhis to be built in a big way. But I did not have anyone who will listen to me. The day Guru Charana went there, Ma Guru Charana, I know she will do it for me. It took only 24 hours. She started already building my Guru's samadhi. Mata Vibhudanandapuri, Kuppammal samadhi, she started building. I said, oh God, she brought best joy to my life when she started doing the foundation work of my Guru's samadhi. It's already started. I want to tell all my disciples, if you want my grace, if you want to make me feel grateful to you, if you celebrate my Gurus, the same gratitude I have for my Gurus, I will have it for you. She started building my Guru's samadhis. I always wanted all my Guru's samadhis, whatever is in our hand, till whatever we got. We lost many. Narayana Swami Tata samadhi we lost. We lost Panduranganar, my Saiva Siddhanta Acharya. We lost his samadhi, we don't have. My own grandfather's samadhi, we don't have, we lost it. We lost many of my guru's samadhis. But we have few samadhis still in our hands. We have not lost. Yogi Yogananda Puri, Raghupati Yogi's samadhi is still with us. And Kuppammal, Mata Vibhudananda Puri's samadhi is still with us. And Isaki Swami's samadhi is still with us. The extreme sincere work they have done. When Guru Charana sent me the photograph, they started laying the foundation stone for my Guru's Samadhi, Mata Vibhudananda Puri's Samadhi. I literally had tears in my eyes. Oh God, how long I have been trying that I wanted to make a large Samadhi for both of them. All the three, of course. For Raghupati Yogi and Isaki Swami, for all of them, I wanted to make a large, beautiful Samadhi temple. I did not have anyone who will listen to me. Do it sincerely. Because this needs to be done with a lot of sincerity. Micromanaging, with a nice design, spending a lot of love. I want each pillar of their samadhi to narrate an incident in their life. It should be like a museum for their tyaga, their sacrifice. I had tears in my eyes. I just wanted to tell you one incident. The sincere work of my Guru, Kuppammal, Mata Vibhudananda Puri. See, she will do all the different aushadas, medicines, to detox me, to remove the parasites and microbes from my body. She used to insist a clean body without negative parasites and microbes is literally living enlightenment, manifesting powers. She will say, any power you are not able to manifest, it's only parasites in your stomach is the reason. So she will make different aushadas to detox my body. Cleanse the body, the biomemory, muscle memory, purify it. I used to ask her, you say I am an incarnation, why these parasites are in my body? She used to tell, no, you are eating normal food. Even if it's organic food, you are eating normal food. So, body needs detox. The purity which is needed for power manifestation is very high standard purity. For that purity, you need to be detoxed. So she will get different herbs, boil them, filter it, and then make me drink, cleanse my stomach, cleanse my body. Once she gave me a aushada like this, and I started feeling like rushing to restroom. And in the Gurukul, where she trained me, I can't call it as a house because only she and Isaki Swami were living. It's like 2-3 houses together. In one house, Isaki Swami was living, and in another one house, she was living. But it's all adjacent. I can't even say two different houses. It's like a different portions of same house. Nobody else was living. Only I used to be living there with them. She had a western toilet. But she just locked the toilet and told me that a key is missing. So I have to use the open garden backyard. In the backyard there is open garden. I am a very orthodox person. From the childhood, the way my grandfather brought me up, very orthodox. I need 5 bucket water even to go for one. Number 2 means literally I will have full bath. I will never use washroom in school. The moment I come back from school, we have to drop all the clothes, including inner, and run to the bathroom, take bath, only then we can come into the house and touch anyone. High orthodox bringing up. So I will not use the open place for cleaning my bowels or cleaning myself, even when I lived as a beggar. My personal cleanliness is too important for me. If you are a devotee or a disciple, hosted me in your house, you can remember very clearly. First thing I will ask, I won't bother about food, kitchen. I'll only ask about my washroom, and 5 buckets you have to keep filled with water. I will not believe the tap water. No question of this toilet paper. No. It has to be 5 bucket water with a mug to clean myself. Very orthodox hygiene life. You can even call me as washing mania. I don't have a problem. Whether my clothes or myself, very extreme hygienic, orthodox kind of a lifestyle. So I was screaming at her, no, I will not go to open garden. You break this toilet and allow me to use this toilet. Break this door, break this lock and allow me to use. She was acting as if she's trying to get a hammer to break that lock and all that, but for me, I could not control. So finally, I screamed at her and ran to the backyard, and I could not control myself, so I emptied my bowels. Anyhow, when I came back, she opened the toilet for me to wash myself. I washed myself and came and sat in the hall. Then I saw she and Isaki Swami, both of them walked to the backyard garden with a stick and observed whether the worms from my stomach has come out. Understand? They were not just my gurus. They were my doctors, my grandfather and grandmother. Extreme sincerity. Not only they gave me aushadas for cleansing my stomach, not only they made sure I drank those aushadas and I detoxed myself, they made sure those worms and parasites and microbes have left my body. God. In the modern day, even mothers are very reluctant to take care of the kids to this level. Here, I have not given anything to them, and they both know they are not going to be in the body to enjoy this great Kailasa I am building. They both know. They were Mahasiddhas. They know when they are going to leave the body. How sincerely they took their responsibility. It's not a small joke. You go and check the shit of your disciple to make sure that the worms and microbes and parasites have left his body, his stomach is clean. Surely it is not joke. The extreme sincerity. Sometimes she will walk 4 hours, 5 hours into Tiruvannamalai forest and procure all the medicines needed. Tie it in her sari, in the hip. Come back and sit with Isaki Swami and do the processing. Then she will call Narayana Swami Tata. And he will also come. His name itself used to be called as Totakara Tata, because he will be all the time in some gardens, temple, forests, collecting the herbs. Extreme sincerity I have seen in my gurus. I can give you thousands and thousands of incidents. Only when I am working with my disciples and they don't listen to me, I remember how much I tortured my gurus by my disobedience. She will work almost 4 or 5 hours and make that aushadha that is supposed to be taken when it is hot. And I'll take few sips and start throwing tantrum. Oh, it is too hot. You are forcing me to drink this. But on good thing, very good thing, I can't run away from them. Simply she will slap. She'll just slap me, and Isaki Swami will hold my mouth, and Narayana Swami Tata will pour that into my mouth. And no, that was really, I had one fortune. Neither I can run away, escape from them, nor my parents will. There is no question of running away from them. There is no question of escaping from them. Even that idea is wrong. Idea does not exist. She is my grandmother also, not just my guru, my grandmother also, in a way relative. And ultimately, palar, just she will slap and I will have to open my mouth and they will pour the whole thing. Now I feel blessed. I feel blessed. I had gurus who had complete power over me, authority over me. அண்ணாமலையானே, பிறவாமை வேண்டும், ஒருவேளை பிறந்தால் உன்னை மறவாமை வேண்டும், இதுபோல் என் மீது முழு உரிமையும் கொண்டு என்னை முழுமையாக்குகின்ற ஞான குருமார்கள் அடிவாழ வேண்டும். The kind of the right they had over me. The modern day, now I will never utter a word about Arunachala's ecosystem. Mahadeva is very possessive of Arunachala. I won't utter. Maybe in other places, I don't know how many disciples have this kind of a commitment to the Guru. Not only disciple, the whole family of the disciple, the whole ecosystem. See, it's not that only I was committed. My parents are absolutely committed to my gurus. The whole ecosystem was committed. Fortunately, in those days, the stupid POSCO law and all was not there. The original India, before this anti-Hindu terrorist could destroy the Gurukul lifestyle using all kinds of defamation, law, everything. All right, I won't get into that side as on now. Let me talk only about the positive side. One thing I can tell you. Hinduism did not die when the temples were destroyed. Hinduism did not die when all our wealth was robbed, stolen, taken to England. But Hinduism is getting destroyed when the Gurukul system is getting destroyed. Let me put this on record. If I had my own freedom, the stupid choices or freedom idea, I would have ran away from my gurus 10,000 times. 10,000 times I would have ran away. But Arunachala ecosystem is responsible for my flowering. If I am sitting now alive, after being poisoned so many times by the anti-Hindu international terrorist mafia gangs, it is just because sincere work of my gurus, forcibly pouring the aushadas, medicines, cleansing my body, keeping it highly powerful, pure, intense, self-purifying. Extreme sincere work. Actually, life does not need hard work. You should not be afraid of hard work, but life demands only sincere work. The other day, I was doing the e-Vijayatra, the digital Vijayatra to Los Angeles, Kailasa. Kailasa in Los Angeles temple, one thing I found, the Los Angeles Kailasa needed sincere work, not hard work, because I can see the great beautiful paintings I did, which need to be displayed properly in the hall, is lying in the godown. And all the broken deities which need to be repaired, which need to be kept in the godown, is lying in the display, in the hall, main hall. They don't need hard work, they just need sincere work. What need to be displayed, put it in the hall for display. What need to be kept inside, keep it in the godown, that's all. You need sincere work, not hard work. You should not be afraid of hard work, but you need sincere work. I tell you, in every level, the sincerity my gurus have shown, I should say, this Kailasa manifesting is the sincere work of my gurus from Arunagiri Yogeshwara, Paramashiva himself, the whole Guru Parampara, and their extreme sincerity. See, my Agama Saiva Siddhanta Acharya, Panduranganar, his family, his son is still alive, and all of them are very well connected to us, and he is also my grandfather, my pre-monastic relative, and my Acharya, both. In Tirunnamalai, we are a tight-knit family. Every person will be related to each other in 5-6 ways. Kupamal is not just related to me in one way, some 6-7 ways. From mother's side, father's side, from grandmother's side, from grandfather's side, like this. My father and mother are related to each other at least 3 or 4 ways. My father's mother and mother's father are brother sisters. It's like just within that few 100 families, everyone will be related in multiple ways to each other. That kind of a tight-knit community, tight-knit family. He will buy books to teach me. In those days, all books will be sold in 2 rates. Sada bindu, Kaliko bindu. That is the way the title will be there. Sada bindu, 2 ரூபாய் 3 அணா. Kaliko bindu, 4 ரூபாய் 6 அணா. That's the way the rate will be put on that book. Kaliko bind is the thick bind. Sada bind is the ordinary binding. For him, he will always buy ordinary binding. But for me, he will always buy the Kaliko bind. Very costly book which will last forever. I will ask him, why? You buy the same thing which you are buying for you. He will say, hey, I am going to use it only for me. But the book you are using is going to be kept in museum forever, for ages, for all your disciples to learn. All these words used to look too big for me at that time. I was just ordinary boy, 12-year-old boy. Hey, what used to tell, what I am reading just for me to teach you. But what you are reading is going to be kept in museum for all your disciples to read forever. So I have to get thick bound, good quality for you. All the money he earned, he spent it on me. Books for me. Extremely sincere. Actually, Tondai Mandala Adinam is the body consists of 140 mutts. In 140 different Shaivite villages, there will be a mutt which runs that temple. It is not just religious structure, it is political structure also, because through that mutt only the whole village used to be administered. In those days, the state and the temple and government was one and the same. Through the temple only the whole village used to be administered. All the taxes will be collected and kept only in the temple. The head of the temple will be the head of the state. The religious head and political head will be same. That used to be the structure. So he used to be the head of that mutt. It's called Appar Swami Madam, which used to be inside Arunachaleshwara temple. During the Vijayanagara Empire, they built the mutt outside and made that mutt into a 1,000-pillared hall. So I'm talking thousands of years of history. And my Acharya, Panduranganar, used to be the head. Literally, he is the decision maker. Maybe he is the last generation who are still having that kind of a command and charisma, administering everything. He used to be literally like a judge for all the local issues, problems. And I remember very well, he and my father's mother, Anusuyammal, they both will sit actually like a judge and solve the legal cases in Thiruvannamalai. They both will sit in the temple and they had their own coterie where people will come and tell their problems. Even property issues, divorce, marriage issues, the extramarital affairs, all these kind of issues. They used to hear both side arguments and negotiate and give a judgment. It used to be usually accepted by all the sides. I tell you, the extreme sincere work I have seen in my Guru's life. I'll revive that in Kailasa. That is the only way I can give my gratitude to Arunachala. I'll revive it even in Thiruvannamalai. It's not dead in Thiruvannamalai. It cannot die in Thiruvannamalai because Arunachaleshwara is keeping it alive. And it has to be revived and rekindled and rejuvenated. That's all. This Kayakalpa science it just needs sincere work, not hard work. Either you do sincere work or you have a guru and surrender to him completely to do the sincere work for you. Fortunately, I had amazing gurus who did extreme sincere work on me. Understand? Today, if I am sitting like this and talking hours together, all these great sacred secrets and reviving this Kailasa, the whole credit goes to my gurus. See, in Indian villages, when the kids, if they throw tantrum, they will make the kids sit on the dining table. In all middle class households, the dining table will be the tallest furniture. They will make that baby sit on the dining table and that fellow can't do anything. It is too tall for him to jump down. So he will keep quiet and sit politely on the dining table, looking this side and that side. Can't do anything. Same way, if you just give me a little bit of juice or fruits, whatever I am taking, and put me on this seat, like the child sitting on the dining table, I'll sit, go on revealing all the sacred secret science of Vedagamic scriptures for hours together. Neither I'll get tired, nor I'll get bored. I won't get frustrated. I won't bother about, I spent 10 years on somebody, trained, and that fellow did not flower. Before he could completely flower, he ran away. I will not bother about all this. Whether somebody stays with me or runs away, just because somebody ran away after I spent 20 years on them and trained them, evolved them, and they disappeared, they ran away, that will not stop me putting my life, time, treasure, talent, everything on the other person and start training. Nothing will stop me. I'll continue to do this work. Not till the end of my life, till the end of this universe. Because even after I leave the body, I am going to be available to Kailasa. I am going to be available to the whole world through Kailasa and through this body, through this, where this body will be kept in Jiva Samadhi, through this body, through this Kailasa, I am going to be available to the whole world. So I will continue to do this job. Body which does not get tired, body which does not even know something called sickness, mind which does not get bored, mind which does not even know something called frustration, consciousness which is intensely excited, joyful, radiating, fully alive, with the highest possible visualizations, which has a capacity to infuse energy into any being. All this is the result of the sincere work of my gurus. I can very comfortably, from my memory, repeat at least 10,000 Tamil verses from Vinayaka Ragaval, Devaram, Tiruvasagam. May not be all the Devarams and all Tiruvasagams, but many of the Padigams. Tiruppugal, Arunagiri Andadi, the songs from great Siddhar Badalgal, Bogar Elayiram, Agatyar Muvayiram, Karukkidai Nigandu. I can list from all these various books at least 10,000 verses. From my memory, by heart, I can repeat. The credit goes to sincere work of my gurus. See, Panduranganar, my guru, he used to live in a place called Kirnathur. From that place to the main temple, Arunajaleshwara temple, is 3 kilometers by walk. Every day, morning and evening, 2 times he will be there, sharp on time in the temple to conduct his classes. Almost I am the only one person who will come every day. There are few people, others are also attending his classes, but they will come. Some days they won't come, all that. If I don't come for even one day, he will directly come to the house because he is my relative. He is my grandfather also. He will directly walk into the house and tell, hey, what happened? He will call me. He will take me to the temple and start teaching. Extreme sincerity. Temple had a loudspeaker system also, in which he will chant all the Devaram, Tiruvasagam every day. It's called Siva Siva Oli Mandapam. In those days on Vallala Maharaja tower, that loudspeaker system used to be there. I don't know whether it is there now. It's called Siva Siva Oli Mandapam, where he will come every day, sit and chant those Devaram, Tiruvasagam, everything. Sometimes by the time he ends his chanting, that loudspeaker chanting, I should be there for his class. After that loudspeaker chanting, he will start taking classes for me. So if he does not see me standing by the end of the loudspeaker chanting, in the loudspeaker itself he will announce, hey, where are you? Come. So in the house, my grandmother, hey, Tata loudspeaker solrar par po. They will wake me up and say, go to the class. The loudspeaker, your grandfather is announcing. Sincere work. I can very comfortably chant at least 10,000 verses in Sanskrit. Any decent student studied in Vedanta Gurukula, Prasthanatraya means Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Brahma Sutra, and Chandi 700 slokas. All the major Vedantic scriptures, Vivek Chudamani, At least 10,000 verses, I can say comfortably. This all is the sincere work. At least 10,000 verses in Tamil, 10,000 verses in Sanskrit. Sincere work of my gurus. For hours together sitting and making me chant, recite. Even if they taught me the science of downloading, after I download, they will make me read the verse from the book and cross-verify. My downloading and these verses are matching. I feel when I start talking about my gurus and their sincerity, I'll go on and on and on for hours and days. Anyhow, let me put this on record. I am so happy my Guru's Samadhis are getting built beautifully. I have built it in a small way, but I wanted it to be done in a big way, like a full-fledged temple. As of now, we built it like a small mandapam. See, to build an ashram for me, I know they went from shop to shop, house to house, literally begged and built a first ashram for me. But I don't need to beg. They have showered me with wealth. They have given me so many powers, so much of knowledge. They made sure I learned the science of making organization. Now there's so much wealth all of you have given me. So I should build at least a decent level memorial for all of them, because their tyaga, their sincere work need to be remembered. The whole world should remember. I'm so happy Guru Charana will do it. I know Guru Charana will do it. I should say around 100 people. All their hard work, sincere work is the result. I am the result of all their sincere work. At least 100 people. I'll add all their photographs, all their relics, Pushpa Samadhi, everything I'll immortalize beautifully in Tiruvannamalai Ashram with all their photographs, whatever is available. Now, the items they used in their life, everything I'll collect and nicely organize and build their samadhis. This is the only small way I can give my gratitude to them. The whole ecosystem of Arunachala should be remembered, celebrated. I celebrate my mother because she was ferocious with me. Hey, don't think she is powerless woman. She may be very silent. But when it comes to training me, my gurus are the absolute authorities. Neither she will interfere, nor she will disrespect them. She will not even listen to my complaints to her about my gurus. The moment I start telling, oh, Raghupati Yogi is making me do 1008 Surya Namaskar, she will start doing her cooking. Till then, she will be talking to me nicely. She will be joking with me, laughing. And I used to be that cuddly boy. All the time cuddling her and having my hands on her shoulder or holding her pallu. That kind of a mom's boy. She will be talking very nicely with me, laughing, joking, responding, teasing. But the moment I try to complain about my gurus, she will just turn her head and start cooking. I know. Now I have to just keep quiet. Even one day she will not allow me to miss my classes with my gurus. She will never bother to send me to school. And she knows I cheat, I don't go to school. And she will never ask me. From school, so many times teachers will come and tell, he's not coming to school. She will never ask me about it and she will manage them. My progress report from the school, it will always come with a 0, 0 because I never attend the examinations. How will they put any mark? I never go to any exams. So when I take my progress report to my father, he will say, he will tell you yourself sign. What is there for me to sign? I used to tell, no, I don't know how to put signature. So she will put his hand on all the mark and he will not look at any of these mark columns, anything. He will just sign. He will look only at the column where he has to sign and he will sign and tell, hey, take it and go. That's all. But she will never miss even one day my class with my gurus. She had an amazing understanding about what I am going to become. She is the witness for all the training I went through with my gurus. The sincere work of my gurus. And I know by the time I was 10, 12, I started realizing that she and my gurus are in hand. They have a tight network and understanding about each other more than me. So I stopped complaining. What is there? Even if I tell, she is not going to listen. The extreme sincerity of my gurus. The way they never gave up, never compromised, never reduced the intensity of their training. From today, I wanted to train all of you for this Kayakalpa Pachapatni Vratam. Few minutes, all of you sit. Maybe you can keep your Atma Linga and even that dice, that manifesting powers of consciousness over probabilities. We can do both. I can train you for Kayakalpa and initiate you into the powers manifesting on probabilities. So keep the Atmalinga and dice in your hand. Intensely chant Om from your navel. Your Manipuraga should vibrate. Start the chanting. Yes. Blessings to all of you. We will prepare ourselves for Kayakalpa and enrich as many people as possible for Pachapatni Vratam. People from countries where we don't have ashrams, you can do the Pachapatni Vratam on your own in your house itself. Even in US, even though we have temples and ashrams, in US temples and ashrams will not be open for Pachapatni Vratam. US and Canada, people have to do it on their own in your homes. And also consult your doctors whether it is okay for you, your health, to do the Pachapatni Vratam. In India, all ashrams other than Adi Kailash open for Pachapatni Vratam. So, with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञान विश्रुतसकलनिगमागमसारभूत द्राविडवेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्रचामर श्रीचिह्नकाहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पाण्ड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महान्धकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वजस्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिक स्वामि वागीश सुन्दर माणिक्यवाचक स्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्ध स्वामि पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरियोगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमङ्गल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परम्परागत आदि कैलास नित्यानन्दपीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठकर्तः साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मण्डित चतुष्षष्टि सम्प्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुराङ्गी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणिपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामण्डलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरुपरम्परा प्राप्त अटलपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटलपीठाधीश्वर धर्ममुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्णपीठ त्रयोविंश गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरो श्रीकैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्रीकैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानन्द प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञान वितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय।
Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramashivoham Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatītam Gaganasarasham Tattamasyadi Lakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavadītam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is spa manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagwan himself explaining what is spa manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to chemicals and hormones, ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerful. So I've added the ultimate powerfulness, Turyadita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a four-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence. All these three has no boundary. You are one with it. You are alive in everything. Everything listens to you. Everything decides as you want. Power manifestation is cognitive shift, raising your frequency, not work.
Now let's understand who is Paramashiva. Bhagavan himself has beautifully explained the Paramashiva in all of us.
Paramashiva does manifestation, maintenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation. He resides in his supreme Paramashiva Swarupa as Ajomaha, Anadhomaha, unborn, beyond form, formlessness. Is Paramashiva Swarupa. That Paramashiva Swarupa manifests with these 5 faces as Sadashiva, Tatpurusha, Vamadeva, Ahora, Satyojata, Ishana. 5 faces he manifests and does the Panchakritya, Srishti, manifestation, Sthiti, sustenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Prabhava, pulling out of delusion, Anugraha, liberation. Understand? He does all these 5 jobs. Through these 5 phases. Now listen carefully. Tatpurusham, Vamadevam, Satyojatam, Ahoram, Ishanam. These 5 phases, thus Panchakrityas. Each phase, each dimension is not just one F-A-C-E phase, P-H-A-S-E phase. It's not just F-A-C-E, P-H-A-S-E. Understand? The creation. Not just creation getting created. Even sustenance need to be created. Destruction need to be created. And pulling out of delusion need to be created. Liberation need to be created. Then creation, manifestation need to be maintained. Maintenance, sthiti itself need to be maintained. Destruction, samhara, the rejuvenation need to be sustained, maintained when it is happening. Pulling out of delusion, prabhava, need to be maintained when it is happening. And anugraha, liberation, need to be maintained when it is happening. Those micromilliseconds when it is happening. So understand, Satyojata Murti has 5 phases. Ishana Murti has 5 phases. Vamadeva Murti has 5 phases. Agora Murti has 5 phases. Tatpurusha Murti has 5 phases. So, Tatpurusha Murti has his 5 phases. Agora Murti has his 5 phases. Vamadeva Murti has his 5 phases. Satyojana Murti has his 5 phases. Ishana Murti has his 5 phases. All these 5 murtis, five faces put together is 25 faces of Mahasadashiva.
Bhagavan beautifully explains Paramashiva. Now, who is His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam? Let's hear from Bhagavan himself. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru
Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is a reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightenment civilization, the nation. His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is an avatar from and is a Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has made the science of our manifestation yoga temple-based university for humanity's origin order of Kailasa, led by His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam and Nithyananda Order of Monks, Nuns, Hindu diasporas, are working for the global peace to give a superconscious breakthrough to humanity. Nithyananda Hindu University, world's largest with extended campus, is collecting, organizing, preserving, time capsuling, spreading, and reviving 20 million source books of Hinduism, 64 sacred arts, science like Ayurveda, music, dance, sculpting, astrology, Vastu, and many more. His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Shamala Pita, Sarvanya Pita, ancient apex body of Hinduism, and present Emperor of Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has survived the worst prosecution of multiple assassination attempt on the person and character by anti-Hindu element. The Shastra Pramana, Bhagavan beautifully has given the Shastra Pramana. The Shastra Pramanas are the eternal, unchangeable truths. The science of our manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. Shastra Pramana, the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures. Apta Pramana are the experience of the rishis, munis, ganas, anayanamas, alvars, who are the authority of Hinduism, who verified and time-tested the science of power manifestation. Atma Pramana are account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar, personal experience of power manifestation. His Leelas. Shakshi Pramanas are the experience of the millions of disciple devotees, followers all around the world, initiated by Bhagavan into the science of power manifestation. Pratyaksha Pramana are the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. We'll go to the Shastra Pramana. Shastra Pramana are the Vedas and Upanishads. This is from the Shiva Sutra, Sutra 1.16.
तत्त्वसन्धानाद्वा अपशु शक्तिः शुद्ध तत्त्वसन्धानाद्वा अपशु शक्तिः.
Bhagavan Parameshwar says, by fixing the self and aiming at a pure essence, cognizing from the depth of one's being, that's all that exists, is Paramashiva, the pure essence, Suddha Tattva, and attaining and uniting with that pure essence and existential reality, Paramashiva, he experienced Paramashiva and manifests Paramashiva's infinite power. Bhagavan beautifully says how you have the vast vision and depth in your verbalization. In your visualization, it has to be the vast. How Bhagavan was asked to lie down and look at the whole sky and just merge with the whole Akasha before Arunagiri Yogeshwara took him anywhere. And the verbalization, sculpting every single word to the perfect, even the prepositions are so appropriate, whatever Bhagavan uses. That level of detail that Bhagavan talks about is coming from the sincerity his Guru had given him, the ultimate sincerity by being and showing them how to be the ultimate. The Gurus lived that ultimate space of being so sincere with Bhagavan and literally made him do all that takes him to become the ultimate. His paying the Leela with all his Guru is the ultimate gift to the humanity to understand how much he had taken to go through all this to experience the science of enlightenment. Now he's asking us to do a simple thing of rolling a dice to experience the ultimate. Here Bhagavan says, the more and more you entangle, the quantum entanglement happens, the more and more we just melt, this body just melts away and you are in oneness with Paramashiva. More and more you see him on the screen, you are enjoying that beautiful space of oneness, the body, muscle, and the biomemory. Everything raises to the higher cognition. Bhagavan says the parasites are the one which is sitting on us and eating us and running our life. The microbes are the fermentation that happens and they are also running our life. Even medically, the gut bacteria and the cells have been found that 46% only we are human. Otherwise, we are all parasites and all the microbes sitting in our system. Those that which is running our system constantly puts us in ups and downs and go on creating delusion, which we think is the reality. But Bhagavan beautifully says how we can experience the higher reality just residing in him. Just residing the space. Paramashiva is all that we have as resources. Again and again, how the detox program and Panchapatni that he is giving us is going to revive us into the higher reality. And all this cleansing process is required because so much of toxin nowadays that we are going through. And simply a rolling dice is bringing us self-doubt, self-denial. Then the amount of toxin that we are having is phenomenal. So Bhagavan himself has beautifully explained how that toxin makes us into the delusion. And he has given the Panchapatni as our solution also to get out of that. Now the Apta Pramana, how Nandanar, when he sang the song, also known as Nandanar, also was a Nayanamar saint, and he was in front of the Shiva temple where he wanted to, Tirupandur, where he wanted to Nandi to move so that he can see the deity. And just by the depth devotion, the Nandi to that today, it is still have moved from the original position. Anybody can go to the temple and see that beautiful how the Nandi had moved. Shiva Lokanathar temple where the Nandi has moved, and from the gate you can see the Shiva deity. So beautiful, just by singing his song, melting and becoming oneness. And he was just able to move the Nandi. Each and everything that Bhagavan gives us is a possibility that everybody has experienced before. The Nayanamas, Alvars, all the rishis, munis, everybody has experienced. This is nothing new science that he is giving us. It's a reviving science that he is giving us also to experience. All his guru has experienced, Bhagavan has experienced, all the Apta Pramanas have experienced. Now it's time for us to experience the ultimate by just doing the simple things that Bhagavan is giving us. The Atma Pramana, Bhagavan himself narrates his beautiful experience that he is giving us. Atma Pramanas are the Leelas of Bhagavan, narrating in his own words.
God made man in his own mold, I say. God, whether he made man in his own mold or not, I don't know God. But I know Sadashiva, God. He did not make you in his mold. He made you in his own sea. Listen to this word. I'm using the word sea. S-E-E. Not S-E-A. Listen to this word very carefully. See is an action. I wanted to say, when I see, one end is me, another end is you, another end is you, that's all. Because you are seeing with 2 eyes, what you are seeing, you can't absorb that into you. But I am seeing with the 3 eyes, what I see, I can absorb that into me. And I know it is my own other end. Understand? That is why I'm using the word not even seeing, see. I'm giving you exact, literally what I wanted to convey. The relationship between you and Sadashiva. You are the see, not seen, seeing, see of Sadashiva. Listen, just now I made a statement. When you see through the third eye, whatever you see, you can manifest, manipulate as you want. It means what you see will be your own extension. It is you. See, if I can make my right hand bend, do whatever I want I can do, means this is me. What you understand as me is what I convey through the word see. In you, the me is only materially which is connected to you. In me is what is connected to me even by see. Listen. For you, me means what is materially connected to you. For me means what is seely connected to me. I don't know how much you catch it. I'll just tell you this small story which really happened. Arunagiri Vishra was trying to explain Advaita to me. He was sitting in the temple. This side, his left side was the Arunachala hill. Right side was the Garbha Mandir of the Arunachala temple. The front, I was sitting. Exact eyes you guys are having now when I say, me is see. How you are? That is exactly the way I was looking at him. He said, see this hill, this Arunachala, you, me, all one and the same. When he put the hand, of course, I was inside the hand. Literally, I saw the hill just moving, the Garbha Mandir moving, me moving and disappearing. He, me, hill, Garbha Mandir, all disappearing into him.
So beautiful that Bhagavan has given us the ultimate. Bhagavan has given the ultimate beautifully to make us understand how when his Guru said, immediately he experienced that. Now that we have done the home meditation, cleansing the higher space that we are in, again and again bringing ourselves to the Paramashiva space in us and making us manifest. We are going to use that dice that you kept with the Atmalinga to do the meditation, and we are going to roll 18 times in a row, getting it all the way that we manifest. Whatever you manifest, the number that you are going to say, it's going to appear on the dice. Exactly 18 times we are going to do it, and it is going to happen. If you have done it before, not happened, yes, it is happening. I have done 100 times, nothing has happened. All that is delusion. Wake up to the reality that you are the dice. The number that appears is what? If I put my hand, I know I'm doing 3. If I want 5, I know I'm having a 5. I'm not having a probability of 5 or a 3. I know it is because it is me. That is what Bhagavan is saying. Once you know it is you, you will simply tell, and that has to do because it is you. The other part of you is that. The other end of you is that. Everything is connected. Now the quantum physics also says everything is connected, and simply whatever we are in the inner space reflects as our reality. When you know your Guru has told that 18 times in a row, you can make it. If you do 18 times with your hand, won't you do it? Yes, absolutely. It's so easy. What is there to manifest? Exactly. You're manifesting your hand. Your body is not what you think. The matter is also something which you are manifesting. When you were a baby, you didn't know to do 18 times. You thought, oh, that is impossible, how the others are doing with all the mudras in the hand. But now you know. So it was impossible for you, it became possibility. Now the same thing, you're thinking that dice is different from you, so you're thinking it is not listening to you. You just let Swamiji manifest, that dice will simply happen. You do the Mahavakya, deep chanting, and be in the oneness with Paramashiva. Simply you'll see the reality happening. Now we'll go to the instruction for manifesting the power of rolling the dice 18 times. Sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Visualize Paramashiva in your third eye. The third eye only manifests. That's what Bhagavan says. You are seeing in 2 eyes, I see in 3 eyes. Simply I can absorb the whole thing and understand everything belongs to, whatever is a see is part of me. Whatever is a see is a part of you. If you understand that continuously, it's like how you see, much more than a mirror. Much more than a mirror, how you see the whole thing happening in front of you. So beautiful. Now unclutch from the outer world, whatever self-doubt, self-denial that you have. I have done this so many times, again and again, they say the same thing, nothing happened. Any word other than manifesting 18 times is a self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred. When Bhagavan says it is reality in us, we experience that immediately. So start rolling your dice. Have your camera set with a timestamp. These are amazing moments. Don't think yesterday it didn't happen, today it will not happen. There is nothing connected between yesterday and today. Past is gone. It's not even there. You can't go back and change anything. Now is the time that is having it. It's there now for you to manifest. That is the royal secret. Bhagavan says every minute there is a possibility opening on us. Once we use the possibility, simply we'll see it happen. So every minute there is a possibility of your enlightened state. So every minute you can create a new reality. So don't go back and say, oh, I've done this many times. Start unclutching with any thought that comes. Contemplate on the great truth, how sincere he was in every small thing, including the bathrooms, how sincere he was. If he's sincere to the extreme for a bathroom, how sincere you need to be for the entanglement. Just be in such a joy, such a beautiful space of oneness with Paramashiva. Oneness is boredom, breaking that boredom and tiredness, which creates the foundation for SDHT. And do the Thyaga. Only Paramashiva is my resource. That gives the larger vision, and that gives the depth in the verbalization, that you will realize more and more. You bring yourself that I am Paramashiva, I am Paramashiva, I'm manifesting this reality. Again and again, soaking ourselves will create a new reality, because Bhagavan himself is sitting there and initiating us and making us manifest. All over the world, everybody is manifesting. So the power is completely different. So start chanting the Mahavakya deeply and intensely. Keep the cameras in front of the hand where the dice are rolling. Tell the number and simply see it happen, how you would do manifest in your fingers. That is exactly how Bhagavan is going to manifest in the dice. You become him, simply manifesting whatever he's saying as the reality. Such a beautiful experience. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya loudly and intensely. Sit straight, visualize Bhagavan in your third eye, and continuously chant the Mahavakya. Contemplate on the great
Let Paramashiva's burden all our burdens. Let Amrita pour. Let the Vani open up. Manifest all of us. Let Paramashiva overthrow, manifest the powers in all our burdens. Yananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's burden manifest in all our burdens. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Vani open up. Yananda Paramashivoham. Yananda Paramashivoham. Yananda Paramashivoham. Yananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's burden manifest in all our burdens. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Vani open up. Manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overthrow, manifest the powers in all Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So beautiful that you are experiencing the dice rolling and you're getting it correct. Each time you get it is a ultimate space of manifesting Paramashiva in you. Again and again, don't think too much of, wow, what probability, how can I get it? Nothing. You even tell, even I was playing with the dice and I was saying 2 every time and I got 5 in a row. Like, once you are very clear, you can just say anything. That's what Bhagavan says. It even stands in a different angle because you know it's your hand, your own self. Once you become your own self, simply it happens. Bhagavan says, when I saw a rose, it is not the color, not the perfume, not the shape, not anything, but it itself is the Paramashiva space in that is the same Paramashiva space in all of us. We are one and the same. It's simply how we look at it. It gives a feedback. Like Bhagavan beautifully says, when you look at the furniture, you forget the wood. We are constantly working on the furniture, but once we look at the wood, we know that we can make anything out of it. Same way Bhagavan says, it is the other end of me. Everything is a part of me. I can just manipulate, manifest whatever I want in everything that I see. You become the sea itself. So sincerely, roll the dice continuously, make sure the cameras are on, and don't get stuck even at 5 times. Keep rolling and hold that space. Entanglement, quantum entanglement is whatever you see that becomes your reality. When you watch the Oneness capsule chanting the Mahavakya in such a large way, where Bhagavan himself sits and manifests through all of us in Kailash Kotiyar, simply you will be able to manifest any of your reality. And even the little manifestation that happens shifts your outer world in so many problems that you're going through. Each of the problems that we are going through is our unconscious delusion. Even those gets shifted as we shift things inside us. In each of these cognition, each of the roll of the dice that you're doing. So make sure sincerely you roll the dice, chant the Mahavakya so that you can listen, bringing the higher cognition and contemplate on the truth that Bhagavan had given. Sit straight, visualize Bhagavan in your third eye. Again and again, restore yourself and bring the sincerity. Let's have one more cycle and simply manifest the reality that you want. Start chanting the Mahavakya.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye in all our third eyes. Amrita force, let the Vani open up. And all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's burdens manifest in all our burdens. Let the Amrita force, let the Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So beautiful that so many of you are manifesting, sending messages. Make sure you put that in the social media, in Kailash Kotyar,
which is the most important part.
Kailash Kotyar Manifesting Power. The group is there. You can start experiencing more and more manifestation by reading others' manifestation. When you read or when you start writing down your powerful cognition and sharing with the world, Bhagavan beautifully said how everything is a part of us. When we reiterate, celebrate, that becomes our reality. Life positiveness start oozing from us. More and more when we celebrate even the little manifestation that happens in us, life become a manifestation. More and more we talk about the problem, we talk about our incompletions, our work, our how much we need to do. Only we are creating more and more delusion. What we speak, what we are, what we eat, what our body is. Same way, if you continuously only talk about your manifestation and how you manifested Paramashiva space again and again in many ways, you will simply see that becoming more and more real and how Nandana just became Shiva himself and moved the whole Nandi, and Nandi moved for him. That's the ultimate, is because he was in oneness continuously with Nandi and continuously with Shiva. That happens when you enrich and cause the world. And simply you manifesting powers itself is extreme causing. You don't have to do anything other. That's why Bhagavan says it's not hard work. It is who you are. You're establishing your own identity. It's not a work. You are experiencing that more and more of you. So make sure you're in the social media. Keep on sharing all these powerful cognitions, Bhagavan's blessing every day, so that he showers more and more powerful cognition and power manifestation. Let's surrender all that we have now, powerful cognition, power manifestation, to Bhagavan's lotus feet. And with that, let's end with the Purna mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamadashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. See you again tomorrow.